How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Rum, links, zwei, drei, rum, links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Rum, links, zwei, drei, rum, links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Rum, links, zwei, drei, rum, links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
What up, everyone? Happy Friday. Welcome to... Actually, it's not Friday. What the fuck am I talking about? It's not Friday. It's Saturday. It is Saturday. Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Wow. Okay, well, let me just address this since apparently I don't even know what day of the week it is. No, okay. So yesterday on a very long stream, I drank a lot of beer and apparently I ended up falling asleep on my desk on the stream, okay? And everyone started freaking out. And everyone's been like texting me and DMing me, be like, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" And guys, I am fine. I am fine. I promise you that I am fine. Listen, I'm sorry if I scared anyone, but listen, I'm gonna tell you what happened. I'm gonna explain very, very clearly what happened. And I'm going to give you guys more information than you need to know, but this is actually what happened. Was I drinking beer on yesterday's stream? Yes, but it wasn't just that. It was also that there are a couple of days of the month that I get extremely tired, extremely exhausted. And yesterday happened to be one of those days. And so it wasn't that I was like just drunk on beer. That's not actually what it was. It was just that I put my head down for a second because my eyes were hurting looking at the screen and it all caught up with me. And that's it. That's literally all that happened. I am fine. I had a little bit of a headache, but I am fine. And you want to know what? I got an awful lot of sleep last night. And and it was pretty great. And to prove that I am totally fine, I actually spent several hours today down the road at the Budweiser facility because I cured my headache by drinking beer at the New Hampshire Bacon and Beer Festival. And it was great. And so you can see, I am fine. I was out and about. And you know what the best thing was at this festival? This one place, the Fox Den, it's a restaurant in New Hampshire. And I've never been to this restaurant, but like we have to go because they had like, this guy was handing out bacon on a stick. And it was the most amazing, candied, delicious, awesome bacon I've ever had. And they also had bacon, a date with cheese, like goat cheese wrapped in a piece of bacon. And it was so good, but there were so many different vendors there and it was so great. And we got rained on and I wore a poncho like an old lady, but I don't really care because there were so many different beers to try and all that stuff. And so I was all's well that ends well. I'm fine. I apparently don't even know what day it is. It is in fact Saturday, as it turns out. Well, you know, Kevin, here's the thing. I paid $70 to get a ticket to this thing, bro. So I don't really care if people think that I'm an alcoholic because I drank beer to cure my alcoholism. I paid $70 for a ticket to go to that thing, and I'm not gonna miss that just because I got drunk the night before. I don't agree with that at all. Anyway, so I'm fine. Everyone calm down. And no, I'm not an alcoholic. I barely even drink. I drink like one day a week, so I don't want any accusations. It was just a confluence of events, and one of those events being being extremely, extremely, extremely exhausted. So I appreciate everyone's worry. I appreciate everyone's concern, but I literally just got up and drank some water and went to bed. And it really was not that exciting. I wish I had done something far more exciting than fall asleep on my knitting. Okay. I wish I had done something more exciting for you guys. I didn't. Whatever. Yeah, basically you paid me to go. Yeah. You did. Yep. Yeah. It was good, man. It was good. There were so basically what it was like, it was this festival where all of these like food vendors came and they each made bacon related dishes. And so it was like, you basically got to have a ton of appetizers and then a ton of beer. and it was all included in the ticket, and it was awesome. But I will not be drinking. I'm not watching part 4 again. I'm done. I'm done with the Century of the Self. I have seen enough. I am done with the Century of the Self. Okay. So I thought today about checking in with the stuff going on with the ICE protests. You know, all of a sudden, conservatives, of course, are shocked and amazed that did you guys know that socialists are against the deportations that they're doing? Did you guys know that? And conservatives who thought that the left was just finished and the left was over and the left was never going to do anything again, they're all shocked and amazed that the left is turning into a violent riot mob over these deportations. And so ICE posted this earlier today, and what I thought was interesting about this, I'm pissed off that they blurred stuff out because I want to see all the evidence and stuff like that. But we know exactly who these are. This is Antifa. We know exactly who these people are. Andy No reported earlier today that Antifa was explicitly talking about these protests. I will also tell you, I've seen other groups that are not explicitly Antifa talking about these protests, but Antifa is absolutely involved. This is Antifa beating a cement thing in order to make things that they can throw at the cops. That's why they're doing this. That's why they're not just being destructive for no reason. When they're beating those cement things with a hammer, they're trying to get chunks to come off so that they can throw them at the cops. And so yeah, it's been pretty violent. And I kind of thought about watching some live footage from the protests, and I just don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. Do you want to know why I don't feel like it? Because I told you guys this was going to happen months ago. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take my I told you so moment. I told everyone explicitly that this was going to happen months ago. And it's one of those things where, like, being ahead of literally everyone else on the internet, including Andy No, being ahead of literally everyone else on the internet is a blessing and a curse. On one hand, I get to be ahead of everyone else on the internet in reporting these things. I tell people what's going to happen weeks, months, or years ahead of when it actually happens. And so that's good. I mean, I get to be the first. I am an Aries. I am number one. I mean, I like being first. Okay. It is a curse in that by the time the thing that I said was going to happen ends up happening, everyone's fucking forgotten that I said it in the first place. Everyone's forgotten that I was ahead of everyone else when I said they're like, and by the way, I reported this back when the entire conservative establishment was going, the left is dead. It's over. It's over. We won. They lost. They're totally de-energized. They aren't doing anything. And I'm sitting over here going like, are you fucking idiots stupid? Like, you can go back and look. I was going, no. The left is not demoralized. The left is not giving up. The left is not over. What are you talking about? And back out on January 21st, what was it? The day after Trump got inaugurated? I posted, well, I didn't just post one thing. I actually posted a series of things. Hang on. Sorry. But I posted a very, very specific article on my website, Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I posted an article explicitly talking about how Antifa was planning to fight Trump's deportations. I talked about this explicitly. I broke down their entire playbook. I did a whole episode of the Inner Circle podcast on it. That's my supporter-only podcast over on the Substack. But this article was for free. This article was available to everyone. I flat out said, we need to prepare for violent conflict. I said this was going to happen. And the reason I said it was going to happen is because I read it on Antifa's publishing website. CrimeThink is one of the major Antifa publishing organizations. I monitor everything CrimeThink says and puts out there because This is a major part of their organizing apparatus. There are no leaders on the left. There's no one at the top saying, go do this, that, and the other. No, it's not Soros. He's not funding this. No, he's not. I don't care what your favorite influencer told you. No, he's not. How the left works is, it is a decentralized effort with thousands of cells all over the country. And those cells, by the way, are all parts of different groups and different collectives, and they all believe different things, but they all have the same basic goal of abolishing capitalism and instituting a Marxist utopia in the United States. They have different ideas about how to do that. They have different philosophies, but at their core, they want the same basic thing. This is the radical revolutionary far left. So if you are, and by the way, remember, the far left doesn't believe in hierarchies. They believe capitalism creates all hierarchies. Hierarchies create all oppression. And so the left doesn't believe in hierarchies. So there's no it's a collective. It's a group of unranked cells that all come together sometimes to try to form a consensus on what to do. So how do you organize these mass direct actions if you are a renegade group of just independent cells all over the country? You're a completely decentralized movement. You have to have organizations out there that are writing documents that all of these groups are reading. Okay? Crime Think is one of those people, is one of those organizations. They write and publish documents and plans that then get disseminated out to all of these groups via anarchist websites, via events that they go to. They create zines that they print out and hand out in the real world. So they get this messaging into the ecosystem. The messaging in the ecosystem trickles down to everyone else. This is why they're always posting their manifestos and their communiques on anarchist websites. They're trying to communicate with each other to say, this is what we're doing. This is what worked for us. This is what you should do too. Crime Think is a major, 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 major part of that. And by the way, Andy knows this, and he didn't report on this at the time. I'm just saying, there is no simpler thing that conservatives could do to inform their audience. Here's what's coming from the left. Here's what's coming from the left. Here's what's coming from the left. Then reading Crime Think and telling people what they're saying. So, of course, are conservatives doing that? No. But I did it. I broke down this entire document. And let me show you why this document in particular is important. It's something that was published literally weeks after Donald Trump got elected in November 2024, the second time. This was published before Trump was even inaugurated. We're not going to read the whole document because it's very, very, very long, but it lays out, here is the plan for pushing back against Trump. It was very specific. This was weeks after he got elected, before he was even back in office. And I want to go down to the bottom. And I want to show you something really, really specific that should have been reported at the time, but I predictably was the only person talking about it. Appendix. Strategizing to stop mass deportations. They wrote a whole plan about this. This is a whole plan about attacking ICE facilities, attacking ICE officials, how they were going to stop the deportations. This was when they started organizing this. They started organizing this in November. They started organizing this before Trump was even back in office. So a lot of people think that this is just popping up now. The left is getting energized now. No. The left never stopped being energized. The left was psyched when Donald Trump got reelected. It was the Democrats who stopped being energized. And conservatives and Republicans and Trump voters will not admit and wrap their head around the concept that the Democrats are not the same thing as the socialists and the communists and the people who are actually causing the problems. These are not Democrats that are rioting in Los Angeles right now. These are radical, revolutionary socialists. They are anarchists. How do we know they're anarchists? Because we can look at the post that ICE made on their Twitter a couple hours ago and see the anarchist symbol. We know who these people are. They were never not energized. And this is the problem when the right just lies to their audience about what's going on, and then the audience buys it hook, line, and sinker because these are the influencers that they trust. Well, your influencers lied to you. I'm very, very sorry. Many of us have been through that. It sucks. But if you just go to their actual organizations that are publishing this stuff, they will tell you explicitly what they are doing and how they're going to do it. And I'm sorry, Benny Johnson assures everyone they're Democrats. Yeah, okay. And we wonder why conservatives are misinformed. Yeah, Tim Pool, we're winning. Pinky Spirit, trust me, bro. So I'm going to take my victory lap that I literally reported on this on my Substack when it happened. The day, well, it wasn't exactly when it happened. It was like a couple months after they published that document, but I reported on this months ago. I said, here is explicitly what they are going to do in regards to mass deportation. And now everyone is shocked and amazed that they're out there in the streets doing exactly and explicitly what I said they were going to do. So if you want to know what is going on with the left, if you want to know the real far left, then, hey, welcome. We're the only ones talking about it on the internet. It shocks me too. Believe me, it shocks me too. Every single time I remind myself that we are like the only people talking about this on the internet. What we do here is we watch far left content. We watch it when it comes out. We watch what the activists are saying, the real world activists. We read their books. We read their manifestos. We read their communiques. And we will tell you exactly what's going to happen. And then lo and behold, weeks, months, or years after we start talking about something, it ends up manifesting in the real world as if like magic. But it's not magic. All we did was listen to them. So if you guys want to get ahead of everyone else, head over to my Substack, sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year. You guys fund the work I do. You guys make all of this possible. I really, really appreciate it. I've been talking a lot about the new College of Florida having Judith Butler on campus this week on the podcast, where I do live streams on the Substack. The live streams then upload to the podcast. Make sure, even if you're not signing up as a supporter on the Substack, make sure you sign up for free emails, because you do get email updates. You'll get updates when I go live on the Substack. You'll get updates with stuff like this that no one else is talking about. And if you can financially support my work, I really would appreciate it. Again, it's $8 a month, $80 a year. I am 100% funded by you guys. My only job is to show up and to tell you the truth and to show you the receipts. And I do that every single time. I do this 6 days a week, streaming Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, Saturdays at 6 p.m., just to make sure that this information is out there, so that when exactly what I said was going to happen ends up happening, I get to come on the live stream and say, I told you so. I told you so. I did. I told you so. I also want to remind people that I do have a new book out in honor of Pride Month. It just came out this week. I cannot believe this just came out this week. What makes you think the rioter... Oh, you must be new here. Oh, have a seat. You must be new here. What makes you think the rioters are left-wing and not right-wing? I'm not retarded. I'm not retarded. There's no evidence that they're right-wing. They're obviously left-wing groups. They're anarchist groups. I'm not retarded. How about you have a seat, witness protection, and you're gonna learn some stuff today. So so welcome. Pick a chair in the back. Just try to not touch anything and keep your mouth shut and listen to what's going on. I want to remind everyone that I do have a new book out. It is called Alice in Queerland. It is a dark satire based on Alice in Wonderland, in which Alice, oh, ma'am, you're doomed after your harassment. Oh, am I? Am I? I'm very sorry. You're banned. Goodbye. Not smart enough to be here, per usual. I have a new book out called Alice in Queerland. It is a dark satire in which Alice asks in her middle school class, "What is a woman?" And when Alice asked that in her middle school class, she got sucked down the DEI re-education rabbit hole. And Alice had to go through non-binary indoctrination. Alice had to go through a struggle session of TikTok influencers. Alice had to go to the academic mob's Mad Hatter Tea Party. Alice ended up narrowly escaping the Queen of Hearts drag queen that was literally cutting off people's heads to cancel them. And it is a glorious journey through the queer DEI nightmare that is Wonderland. And I had a great time writing it. It was super, super fun. And I hope you guys enjoy it. If you want a copy of it, head over to Amazon. You can get it in paperback and Kindle today. Of course, book purchases do support the work I'm doing. If you're a member of the Red Menace Collective, you can find the PDF download over on the Substack there, where I posted earlier this week. And so I hope you guys like it. If you read it and you like it, please leave a review on Amazon. Of course, the book just got put up this week. I didn't really do that much promotion around it because I just had a million other things to do. But if you enjoy the book, if you like the book, leave a review on Amazon. 5 stars only. If you have anything else than 5 stars, keep it to yourself. But if you appreciate it, the reviews really do help out. I do also have a whole bunch of other books out right now, but this is the one that I'm most excited about right this second. So I hope you guys do enjoy it. So what are we watching today? Stony Baloney. Your recommendation is at the top of the list, Trendle, and I'm gonna have you. I'll have you know that. You know, I have been thinking about just doing the Google AI movie thing and trying to make it a movie. I really have been thinking about that, but I'm like, as if you need another thing to do, Karlyn. But it's like almost too enticing to not do it. You know what I'm saying? So I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll try it out just for funsies. So we're going back today. Because, and this is Stony Baloney's fault, because I have been in a little bit of a tiff with the new College of Florida, which is supposed to be the anti-woke college, with them inviting Judith Butler to campus to speak and giving her a stage where she got no pushback. I'm interested in going back into the Judith Butler archives. Now, it is Queer Marxism Month on the channel. We're doing Queer Marxism Month all month long. We are watching a ton of Queer Marxism. If you have never heard about Queer Marxism or anything like that, you have come to the right place. And we are going back into the archives for a Judith Butler talk and a Q&A. And I think these were the same. I'm not exactly sure when these were, other than they were uploaded to YouTube about 13 years ago. And so that's a little bit unclear about when these talks were and like what they were about. Although the first talk does explicitly say that this is about queering anarchism. I think that these talks happened around the time that the Queering Anarchism book came out. So for those of you who are following along with Counter-Revolutionary Book Club, Stony, you think 2007, 2008? Maybe. That could be. So, and yes, I know I need to update Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. It's another thing on the list, but that's not the point I'm making right now. For those of you who have been doing Counter-Revolutionary Book Club, we have been reading a book called Queering Anarchism. Queering Anarchism is available for free in the Anarchist Library. Queering Anarchism is a collection of essays that came out in 2012. Since the essays came out in 2012, we can make the assumption that the essays were written in the years leading up to 2012. So Stony Baloney, it's all about anarchism in Israel and Palestine. Well, this is one of the reasons I'm interested in this, but it did say queering anarchism on the, I'm going to show you. Hang on. It says queering anarchism. There it is. Judith Butler, queering anarchism. That's what I'm talking about. Queer anarchism. So we'll see what this is about. If it's about Israel and Palestine, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I just want to listen to Judith Butler talk about these things. And I think it's funny that it explicitly says queer anarchism on this one when queering anarchism is a book. Like, it's an actual book. It's a book of queer Marxist essays. And so if these talks were really 2007, 2008, that was at the time that queer Marxism was becoming extremely militant. That's around the time that Bashback was created. That's around the time that the Mary Nardini gang started popping up. That's around the time that this book came out. This is kind of like, this time period is like the heyday of queer Marxism and queer anarchism. And so I am very interested to hear what Judith Butler was saying around that time period. And so we're going to watch these videos that Stony Baloney sent me because I want to listen to what Judith Butler was saying around the same time period that all of this was happening. So we're going back into the archives today. This is not current. This is old. Does someone have a question? Judith Butler, Kansas Mama says, I don't recall who Judith Butler is. Judith Butler is the godmother of queer theory. So when it comes to queer theory, and I showed this on the stream yesterday, but it's relevant to the question you're asking. We have been watching a lot of Freudian stuff this week on the channel. That's part of why we watched Century of the Self yesterday, is we were watching a lot of Freudian stuff on the channel. And there was some connection between Freud and queer theory because queer Marxists love Freud. They talk about Freud all the time. There are many psychoanalysts that are queer Marxists. Oh, by the way, I found out via ChatGPT this morning because I was asking it some things. Hey, did you guys know that Judith Butler used to talk about psychoanalytics? Did you guys know that she did? Let me see. Did you guys know that Judith Butler actively supported the ACT UP movement in the 80s, which is the precursor to militant queer activism now? We've talked about that before. Where did I see in this write-up that I had ChatGPT do? It explicitly said to me that Judith Butler was into psychoanalytics. Hang on. I should have this up in front of me. I don't. I'm looking at it on my phone. If I can't find it now, I'll find it for tomorrow. I guess I can't find it right now. I'm gonna. Oh, here it is. Ready? Notable political writings in the late 80s. Judith Butler's book, Gender Trouble, which is the big problem, came out in 1990. What was Judith Butler talking about leading up to her writing Gender Trouble? Their early work was featured in radical feminist journals, philosophical periodicals, and conference circuits that bridged feminism, psychoanalysis, and politics. I said yesterday, I know I'm not doing a good job of answering your question, Judith, or Kansas Mama. I said yesterday, I would be shocked if Judith Butler wasn't involved in these queer anarcho-communist subcultures that led up to all of this. I said yesterday, Judith Butler didn't come up with these ideas. Judith Butler was involved in these queer anarcho-communist subcultures. She did study Jewish ethics, but I have no proof that's what's going on here. So let's not, okay? She was involved in these queer anarcho-communist subcultures that were bubbling up in the 80s, and that is where she got these ideas. And then she took these ideas and wrote a book about them. By the way, Judith Butler was at Yale during all of this. Yale is in New Haven, Connecticut. New Haven, Connecticut is extremely close to New York City, which is where the ACT UP movement was located. So I said yesterday, Judith Butler got these ideas from these queer anarcho subculture communities, and I think I was right. Who is Judith Butler? Without Judith Butler, we would not have queer theory as we know it today. Without Judith Butler, gender ideology as we know it today would not exist. Without Judith Butler, there wouldn't be violent, militant queer anarchism, or it would be in a different form. It wouldn't be in the form that it's currently in. Without Judith Butler, you wouldn't have genderqueer. Without Judith Butler, your autistic kids wouldn't be targeted to teach them that gender is not real. Judith Butler is the person that started all of this. She is an academic. She works at the University of California, Berkeley. And she was invited to the New College of Florida, which is supposed to be the anti-woke college, and given a stage to say whatever crazy bullshit she wanted. Judith Butler is the godmother of queer theory. Misa Can, you got a date on that for us? The Anarchist Turn Conference took place May 5th and 6th in 2011. Checks out with the time period, doesn't it? So I want to go back and I want to listen to some old Judith Butler today, and that's what we're going to do, and that's what we're going to do for Socialism Saturday, and we're going to see how this goes. I also have this pulled up, Jack Halberstram, No Church in the Wild, Queer Anarchy and Gaga Feminism. This has honestly been on my list to watch for a really long time. I don't know if we're going to get to it tonight, but it depends on how fast the rest of these videos go, because it's like a bunch of clipped videos together. And so I might do this at the end. I might do this another day this week. But I do think that these things are like, this is also around the same time period. And so I'm interested in watching this. We might do it tonight. We might do it another time. That's what we're going to be doing for Socialism Saturday tonight, guys. And I hope you guys are here for the show. As a reminder, we do have rules for Socialism Saturday. Are there any Socialism Saturday newbies in the chat? Please let us know. Please check in. If there are any Socialism Saturday newbies in the chat, let us know. It's very, very important. I am not a Christian, and I do not feel like talking about my religion. And if you want to know more about what I believe, I do a show on Tuesday nights at 9 p.m. called Disenrage, where we talk about spirituality and those sorts of things. It is completely irrelevant to what I am doing here. And so, no, I'm not going to talk about it, but no, I am not a Christian in any way. And no, that does not make me an atheist in any way either. If you are new, please let us know, because socialism, when you first start watching socialism, can get a little bit overwhelming. While we're waiting for people to tell us if they are new or not, I'm going to play a video. We do have rules for Socialism Saturday. This is not just any chat on the internet that you can come in and shitpost and be disruptive. We are doing serious research here. We are researching. We are trying to break down this language. We are trying to catalog this information and archive this information. This is a classroom. You have walked into a classroom. I am the teacher in the class. You are the student in the class. And as long as you're going to be in my class, you're going to follow my rules. So please pay attention to this video. It really does help us out when people follow along with the guidelines. I'm not trying to be mean. There is a method to my madness, but the rules are in place for a reason. Okay, here they are. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point, because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, guys, those are the rules for Socialism Saturday. If you appreciate my work, please feel free to send in a super chat. We do have a nominal $100 super chat goal on Socialism Saturday. And again, that allows me to spend hours and hours and hours and hours talking about this stuff with you guys and breaking it down. So if you appreciate what I'm doing, please feel free to show that appreciation. $5, $10, $100, however many dollars you want to send in to support the work I'm doing. And I can't do it without you guys. I appreciate you letting me do this with you. All right, we are watching some old school Judith Butler. This is obviously a talk that Judith gave at the New School. Mizakan seems to think this was in 2011. And let's just listen to what Judith had to say back in the day before she understood what video on the internet means.
I am sorry not to be able to be present at this most interesting and timely conference. It's clear to me and to many others that anarchism has become a potent political force in the last decades, especially as it challenges the G8, focuses attention on environmental dangers, opposes the apartheid wall in Palestine, and offers new formations of political community. I can hardly do justice.
Hang on, Donnie Girl in with the first super sticker of the night. Thank you, Donnie Girl. I really appreciate all the support you've been sending lately. Thanks for getting us started on a good foot. Okay, so I'm willing to answer a couple intro newbie questions. But what I'm going to say to you, Ken, is I'm going to explain to you what we're doing here, and I'm going to answer your questions. And then what I need you to do is I need you to stop talking and listen. And I'm not trying to be mean to you, but the very best way that you can learn what we're doing is to stop talking and to listen to what's going on. How do I define the left? We study radical revolutionary socialists on Socialism Saturday. These are people who embrace an ideology that believes that capitalism created every single problem in our world. Capitalism created the United States Constitution. Capitalism created the United States government. And the only way to get rid of all the problems in the world that capitalism has created is to get rid of the United States government and the Constitution. That is what we are talking about. We are not talking about Democrats. We are not talking about liberals. We are not talking about progressives. We're not even talking about Democratic Socialists of America. We are talking about radical revolutionary socialists. So that is what we are doing. If you would like a further explanation for how I define the left, you can go to my website, which is decodetheleft.com. And actually, let me just show you this. decodetheleft.com/map. Hang on, wait for it. If you would like more information about how I define the left explicitly, you can go to this website, which is decodetheleft.com/map, where you can download my Mapping the Modern Left framework, where I explain explicitly what all the different groups are on the left and what they believe. And so that is my answer for that. And if you have questions about the presentation that we're watching, those questions are always allowed. But I do want to make sure that for new people, listen, Ken, here's another resource for you. I'll give you one more. Go to my Substack, karlyn.substack.com, click on How to Speak Socialist. And if you really want to understand what we're doing and you don't want to just dive into the class, go do this instead. Go watch my How to Speak Socialist masterclass, which is available on demand. It's totally free, and that will be a great introduction to what we're doing. But beyond this, I really want to keep questions as much as possible to the presentation. And if you have specific questions and want specific language broken down in the presentation, I'm more than happy to do that. I just want to make sure we're staying on topic, because there will be enough to talk about with relation to the in relation to the presentation. And the very best way to learn about the left is to learn from immersion. I'm not trying to be mean when I say you have to just sit down and listen. This is the very best way to learn about the left. When you're new, you have to sit down and listen and ask questions about what you're hearing. Okay? So that's what I'm going to say to you. Andre, nice. If you break the rules, you'll be banned, just like in real life. If you break the rules, you'll be banned from public or private spaces. Serious Karlyn with serious rules and serious consequences. I am very serious about the rules. I am extremely serious about the rules. So, Ken, I do hope that answered your question. I want to encourage all newbies to ask questions, but I do just want to keep the questions focused on the topic at hand, because it makes things easier for everyone.
To anarchism as tactic, or anarchism as political philosophy and practice, or anarchism as mode of life, or as an ethos of intensity. It has surely assumed all those dimensions in contemporary political life. What I would like to do in the short time that I have is to focus more precisely on anarchism and the question of Palestine, since there is quite clearly a set of conundra that emerge from any...
So this will be interesting, focusing on anarchism in connection with Palestine. As a reminder, socialists, the Free Palestine issue has been around for a long time on the left. The Free Palestine issue did not pop up on the left on October 7th. There has long been a movement on the left around Free Palestine, the BDS movement, which is the boycott, divest, sanction. No, this is at the New School in New York City. The BDS movement, boycott, divest, sanction, that's been on college campuses a long, long, long time. And the tactics that we see Israel using today with trying to smear the left. Listen, I don't like the leftist protesters. Obviously, I'm not on their team, but they're not anti-Semites. They're not Jew haters. It's not about Jewish at all. What the left believes is that Israel are the settler colonists. that stole the land, the private property from the Palestinians, and colonized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. They believe the Palestinians, they're not on their side because they're Muslim. That is wrong, Laura Loomer. That is wrong. They are on the Palestinian side because the Palestinian are the oppressed proletariat who had their land stolen by the evil settler colonists. And they see the Palestinians in a decolonization movement to overthrow their capitalist oppressors. When I say settler colonists, the left thinks capitalist, okay? So this issue of Palestine has been around for a long time on the left. It didn't start on October 7th. And so I think it's important for us to go back into the archive and listen to what the left was saying back then, because this was before any of the current stuff in the Middle East was happening. And we need to keep that in mind.
Consideration of this topic. On the one hand, it is clear that anarchists against the wall, originally called anarchists against the fence and Jews against ghettos, have represented a radical resistance to the occupation and continue to show up, put their bodies on the line in various villages along the path of the separation wall. There is no question that the weekly demonstrations at Bilin, where many have suffered physical injury and death, the important triumph at Budris to steer the wall away from the olive trees, the persistent rallying of support in Sheikh Jarrah for those threatened with the confiscation of their homes and those whose homes have already been transferred to Jewish Israelis, the important engagement with Ta'ayush during the second Intifada when medical supplies were illegally transported into the West Bank. These have been but a few of many insistent and important political actions against an illegal occupation. They are undertaken mainly by Israeli citizens, both Jewish and Palestinian.
When Judith Butler says illegal occupation, she's talking about Israel occupying Palestine.
An illegal occupation. They are undertaken mainly by Israeli citizens, both Jewish and Palestinian, and they constitute acts of civil disobedience and anti-authoritarian politics on the part of citizens who seek to resist state policies and, on occasion, resist Zionism and the state itself. To a certain extent, these are actions that are not only intended to support Palestinians, but to work within the terms of their own resistance, and even to enter into political action only when explicitly invited. And yet it makes sense that anarchism would not be the name for the struggle undertaken by Palestinians living under the occupation or in Gaza, where the Israeli siege continues the occupation after the withdrawal of its settler population, because it continues to exercise complete control over the borders, decide what goods move in and out, vets human rights and NGO workers, undertakes bombardments, often against civilian populations, that destroy both lives and the infrastructural conditions of life. Anarchism, when defined explicitly as anti-authoritarian or as anti-statist, assumes the existence of a state against which it rallies. In some forms, as we know, anarchism has now focused on global corporate monopolies, which displaces the centrality of the state as the primary site of opposition. So we've seen the possibility for anarchism to shift its object of opposition to broader technological and corporate forms of exploitation, especially as they produce extreme differentials of wealth and expose vast populations to conditions of precarity and economic destitution. So if the object of resistance is either the state or networks of corporate exploitation and monopoly, what about enduring forms of colonial state power? Does it make a difference how one interprets the occupation when one opposes the occupation? In other words, can anarchism conceptualize its resistance to the occupation as an opposition to settler colonialism?
Oh!
After all, forms of land confiscation and territorial expansion work in tandem with the denial of the right to political self-determination to a population whose employment, mobility, freedom of expression, electoral rights, rights against imprisonment for political viewpoints, rights to life itself, and against harassment, invasion, and bombardment are at issue. Moreover, it's possible for the occupation to be understood as a form of settler colonialism that continues the project of settler colonialism that is Zionism. I'm not for a moment doubting that there are anti-Zionist.
The project of settler colonialism that is Zionism. It couldn't be more clear, guys. Judith Butler, 13 years ago, at least, in this talk, was saying almost exactly the same thing that leftist protesters are saying today. This is almost word for word. If you actually listen to leftist speeches, I'm not talking about clips taken out of context on Twitter. I'm talking about if you actually sit down and listen to the full protests, all of the speeches, if you listen to the full presentations, if you listen to everything in context, what Judith Butler just said is literally almost identical to what they're saying today. It's not about Jew hate. It's not about anti-Semitism. Every single person that's saying the left are anti-Semitic, guess what? They're all funded by Zionist Jews. That's just a fact. They're all funded by Zionist Jews. Now, I personally don't care if someone is Jewish. I care about someone's behaviors. And I want to make that really clear because someone inevitably will take a clip of this to try to say, Karlyn hates Jews. No, I don't. I don't give a flying fuck if you're Jewish. But when you're engaging in shady, underhanded behavior and you're crafting a narrative that is unhinged from reality, I don't care if you're Jewish or non-Jewish or Christian or Muslim or white or black or any, I don't give a fuck. When you are crafting an underhanded narrative that is unhinged from reality, Christopher Rufo, when you are crafting an unhinged narrative just to try to get the United States into conflict in the Middle East, Dave Rubin, Douglas Murray, Konstantin Kisin, when you're doing this underhanded bullshit, it doesn't matter if you're Jewish, okay? And it's just fact that every single person doing this, universally, without exception, if you follow their funding, it leads back to Israel. That is a fact. Facts don't care about your feelings. Ben Shapiro. So what Judith Butler is saying already in this, and Mark Levin, thank you, the other one. What Judith Butler is saying in this speech is almost identical to what they're saying today, and that is just a fact, and that's really the point I'm trying to make.
That is Zionism.
Hang on. Was she saying using anarchism to fight well, okay, so anarchism, when they say anarchism, they mean anarcho-communism. So really, when Judith Butler is saying anarchism, she's not saying anarcho-capitalism. She's saying anarcho-communism. Anarcho-communism is the abolition of private property, okay? Colonizing is privatizing land, taking land that was previously part of the collective or under the caretakership of the collective, privatizing it under the oppressive force of capitalism. They might also call this colonization, colonizing. They use those words kind of interchangeably. So anarchism is going to be, in Judith Butler's land, is going to be about the complete abolition of private property. Colonizing is about taking things that are public property and making them private property. So yes, is she saying using anarchism to fight colonization? Yeah, explicitly, because they're the opposite. And the rioters in Los Angeles right now believe exactly and explicitly the same thing that Judith Butler believes. Well, all anarchism is anti-state, though. Anarcho-capitalism is anti-state. I want the government abolished. Like, in my heart of hearts, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I want the government abolished. But I don't want to give up private property. I still want there to be private property and voluntary association. So I'm an anarcho-capitalist. Judith Butler is an anarcho-communist. So we both want the government abolished, but we have very different ideas about what comes after that. And by the way, no one needs to agree with me. I'm never going to get what I want in this lifetime, so it doesn't really matter anyway. I don't really care what you believe or where you fall, but Judith Butler believes in the abolition of private property, and not all anarchists do, is the point I'm saying.
I'm not for a moment doubting that there are anti-Zionist anarchists in Israel. I'm trying to make another suggestion here, namely, that the lexicon for understanding the problem of Palestinian oppression may well differ in Palestine and in Israel, and that this bears consequences for thinking about why anarchism is not the name of Palestinian resistance. In turn, this raises the question of the limits of Israeli-Palestinian alliance. It is, of course, odd to say this, when the anarchists have been among the most successful of Israeli leftists to forge those alliances. And this is a point not lost among Palestinians. But it's precisely because anarchism has been among the most successful efforts that I want to press this point a bit further, since the chasm between Israeli resistance to the occupation and the Palestinian struggle for self-determination still remains large. As I read the incredibly thorough and thoughtful book, Anarchy Alive by Uri Gordon, published in 2008 by Pluto Press, I found myself wondering whether the version of
Pluto Press is a socialist book publishing company.
Israeli anarchism he defends in his final chapter is one that opposes the state but never quite escapes the nation. Are there forms of community produced through anarchist resistance to the state that remain dependent on that state for their mode of resistance? Or are they formed, as it were, to the side of the state without being negatively determined in relation to the state? In a way, this is the age-old question of whether a dialectical relation holds between anarchy and state power, or whether anarchy can and does produce an ethos and mode of sociability that escapes that dialectical determination, or that emerges as a third term, effectively exceeding the dialectical opposition which forms its condition. And yet...
Yes, Tom, there are actually plenty of publishers that are not overtly socialist. When I say they're a socialist book publisher, I mean they only and exclusively publish books by radical revolutionary socialists. There are many book publishers today that do not exclusively publish books by radical revolutionary socialists.
In this particular case, I am asking whether the argument for anarchism as an ethos of sociability depends upon citizenship or minimally a national frame. After all, citizens can and do perform civil disobedience together. But to speak of the civil disobedience of the non-citizen does not make sense. The non-citizen who is struggling either for citizenship or for some other mode of political self-determination, and let us keep those aims distinct for the moment, struggling, that is, against a form of domination and disenfranchisement in order to achieve a legible and effective mode of political self-determination. To engage in civil disobedience or to engage in actions that seek to jam the machinery of the state is to risk jail and imprisonment as a citizen. And under extreme conditions, that citizenship can be revoked by the state, to be sure. We are, in fact, presently witnessing...
Hang on. Tom says, I can't figure out how private property can exist without a centralized common registry of deeds and other records, even if they could go do without a common currency. Then, Tom, I would recommend going and talking to some anarcho-capitalists about that. But do you know how I think private property can exist and be reinforced? With guns and a wall and guns and more guns and a lot of guns. I think that that's kind of my solution to that. But like I said, I don't actually think it matters for our purposes here because this is not something that's going to happen in our lifetimes. Whereas socialism, which is what I would like you to be paying attention to right now, could actually happen in our lifetimes. It really could, guys. I think we're 10 to 15 years away from these people trying to overthrow the federal government. And so can we please focus for a second? Thank you.
The expansion of the legal definition of treason in Israel to encompass all acts, including the public documentation of civilian casualties in Gaza, as potentially treasonous. I do not for a moment underestimate the kinds of risks that Israeli citizens have taken and take. And yet I want to call attention to the institution of citizenship. That is, how citizenship is systematically instituted and de-instituted. Citizenship within the established state has always been regulated in order to maintain Jewish demographic advantage. The expansion of settler communities within Palestine has been a way of establishing Jewish-Israeli political rights to the land and the extended sovereignty of the State of Israel. Most clearly, the occupation constitutes a mode of militarized power that limits and undercuts Palestinian self-determination. It is colonial power that acts when Israel retains for itself the sovereign right to approve or disapprove of the results of Palestinian elections, the right to invade at will, to expand its settlement populations within Palestinian lands, and to maintain full military control over the borders of the Palestinian territories, which then become sites for ritual harassment, intimidation, and injury at the checkpoints. So from within the borders of Israel, and for Israeli Jews in particular, the state appears as authoritarian, which is why Gordon's subtitle proclaims anarchy's opposition to authoritarianism. One fights against Israel's militarism and its policies, understood as authoritarian. But to frame the struggle only within such terms is to accept not only the perspective of citizenship, but perhaps its privileges as well. And this is why, in my view, it's not really adequate, since it is the institution of citizenship and the management of its de-institution that links the occupation to settler colonialism, and links settler colonialism to Zionism, and the corollary presumption, ever more fiercely amplified by Israeli law, that Israel is a Jewish state based on principles of Jewish sovereignty, and that even Palestinians who wish to retain their citizenship there must now publicly declare fidelity to those very principles. Of course,
Did we just find a clip of Judith Butler engaging in a little bit of Jew hate, according to Christopher Rufo and his definition? Because I'm pretty sure that if someone said that today at a protest, if someone said explicitly what Judith Butler just said today at a protest, that clip could go around and that person could be accused of being a Jew hater and an anti-Semite, because that is actually almost explicitly what's going on right now. I'm just going to note the time of this one. I'm going to think about that.
Among many who were taught, well, the Kibbutzim are an exception to all of this. Some of them were enclaves for anarchists, communists, and anti-Zionists.
You don't say.
Hannah Arendt reserved words of praise for them and generally followed Martin Buber's cultural Zionism.
The Kibbutzim are basically communists. They're communists. They're Jewish communists.
Justifications for the Kibbutzim. Uri Gordon's chapter on homeland, anarchy, and joint struggle in Palestine, Israel, thus begins in this same spirit with a quotation from Emma Goldman in 1938, where she remarks that, and I quote, "The fact that there are many non-Zionist communes in Palestine goes to prove that the Jewish workers who have helped the persecuted and hounded Jews have done so not because they are Zionists, but so that they might be left in peace in Palestine to take root and live their own lives," end quote. On the one hand, it's historically true that some Jews came to Palestine not because they are Zionists, and indeed that continues to be true regarding immigration from North Africa to this day, but because they wanted the chance to work the land or to live in communal structures, to experiment with socialist ideals. And prior to 1948,
some people, what Judith Butler just said, some people came to Israel not because they wanted to be part of the Jewish project, but because they wanted to play around with communist societies and communal ways of living and creating a socialist world. You don't say, Judith. Really? Again?
Some Jews came to Palestine not because they are Zionists, and indeed that continues to be true regarding immigration from North Africa to this day, but because they wanted the chance to work the land or to live in communal structures, to experiment with socialist ideals. And prior to 1948, there were active debates among Jews in Palestine over the pros and cons of Zionism. Indeed, those debates continue, I would say, in diminished form after the vanquishing of the proposals for a binational federated authority in 1947, and then faded from public discourse, surviving only on the margins after the 1967 war. And yet I think we have to ask about the link between contemporary anarchist communities and those that existed within the early kibbutz movement. Are there really analogies here, or should there be? At issue is whether or not the early kibbutz movement, even those parts of it who gave safe haven to European anarchists, was not engaged in land confiscation and the forcible dispossession of populations undertaken in the name of a larger national liberation movement. Indeed, when Emma Goldman says that those non-Zionist Jews wanted only to be left in peace in Palestine to take root and to live their own lives, she does not say in whose land they wish to take root and whether living their own lives was an effort to live them with exclusion by excluding the indigenous Arab Palestinian population.
The Palestinians, according to the left, are the indigenous Arab Palestinian population. They are the indigenous people. I don't care what you believe on this topic, okay? I don't care if you're a Zionist or an anti-Zionist or you don't know or you don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. The goal here is to understand what the left believes and why the left is doing what they are doing. And what the left believes is the Palestinians are the indigenous people to the land. The Palestinians were taking care of the land. It was under the collective caretakership of the Palestinian people. Then the Israelis came, or the Jewish settlers came, and they took the land from the Palestinians and they privatized it and made it exclusive for them to use. We watched a documentary on this channel a couple weeks ago called The Settlers that is explicitly about this. And by the way, The Settlers is told from the point of view of the Jews. It's not told from the point of view of the Palestinians. It's told from the point of view of the Jews, okay? So this is the Jewish settlers in Israel saying what they're doing and why they're doing it. It is explicit. And you can find that documentary for free on YouTube right now, by the way. And I recommend it. You can watch my breakdown of it. You can watch it on your own, whatever. But the point is that the Jewish settlers openly say, yes, we took the land and we made it private so that we could use it. And then they brought in their army to enforce the borders so the Palestinians couldn't use it. They talk explicitly about stealing Palestinian homes. They talk explicitly about all of this, okay? So this is not actually, like, I think factually in dispute when I can watch Jewish settlers literally talk about this stuff on the internet for free. So the left is opposed to all of that because they are opposed to private property ownership of everything. When the left says capitalism, they mean private property ownership. They mean your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business is big or small. They mean your parental rights over your children are a form of private property. They mean your individual liberties are a form of private property ownership. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them do say that. The left, as we know, based on today's riots in Los Angeles, are also vehemently opposed to borders. They are vehemently opposed to deportation because they are vehemently opposed to borders. Why is the left vehemently opposed to borders? Because borders represent a boundary that creates private property. When the left is against borders, they're not just against borders for the country and keeping immigrants out. They're against borders for the country. They're against borders for your state. They're against borders for your city. They're against borders for your town. They're against borders around your house. Remember, the left believes that privately owned land and privately owned homes shouldn't exist. They believe the borders are the enforcement mechanism of capitalism. All right. So that is why they are so opposed to the deportations. That is why they are actively going after ICE and attacking them. And that is only going to get worse because they've been planning and organizing to do this for months leading up to this. That is why they have always been on the side of Palestinians. This speech from Judith Butler was given, we think, around 2011. So it was not given after October 7th. This has always been their position. It did not just become their position on October 7th. This has always been the case. It has never been about Jew hatred or anti-Semitism. If the Jews had been, I don't know, the Tibetans, let's just pick out a random fucking population. If the Jews had been the Tibetans, and the Tibetans came because the Tibetans are refugees that are constantly being attacked by China, that's kind of why I thought of them. If the Tibetans the Tibetans were kind of like, F you, China, we're going to go live in the Middle East now. And they hauled all their people over to the Middle East, which would be a bizarre decision, but just go with it. And they hauled all their people over to the Middle East. And they decided they wanted to set up shop on Palestinian land, exactly the way the Jewish settlers have done. The left would be saying the same fucking thing about the Tibetans. It could be the Tibetans. It could be the Uyghur Muslims. I don't know. I'm literally just making shit up. It could be any other group. It doesn't matter what the group is. The point is this narrative around the left just hates Jews and are anti-Semitic is such bullshit. It's such garbage. And there is not a single person that can actually understand what the left believes and actually listen to what they say that can buy into this lie. And it is important that we point out these lies because every time the right lies about this shit, they are actually running cover for the real far left. Every time the right lies about this shit in order to score political points, they are allowing the left to operate completely unopposed because no one, and I mean no one, is actually focused on what the real problem is.
I would direct your attention to the important scholarly work of Gabriel Peterberg, in particular his book, The Returns of Zionism, published by Verso in 2008. Indeed, it would be interesting to read this book together with Uri Gordon's book, published that same year, to understand the differences in perspective that concern me here. According to Peterberg's extensive research in this area, even the early kibbutz movement was determined by, and I quote, the conditions and desires of colonization, end quote. Colonization programs developed for Germans in Eastern Europe provided the basis for the work of Franz Oppenheimer, a German Jewish settlement expert. The point was to find and take over farms that could be sustained self-sufficiently, that is, without any reliance on external labor. In 1911, he, Oppenheimer, developed a plan for colonization that could be implemented either in Palestine or in Africa. Peterberg also points to the key contribution of Arthur Ruppin, understood as the father of Jewish settlement, who established the Palestine Land Development Company.
Oh, don't worry. We just got to go to the second part. Don't worry. These are just short clips because that's the way that things used to work on YouTube. Okay, don't worry. We're continuing. I was like, what happened? No, we just got to go to the second part. All right, Judith, continue, please.
A believer in social Darwinism, Ruppin developed a rationale for Jewish settlements that sought to get rid of the Semitic elements of the Jewish race, by which he meant their Arab history and culture, for the purpose of transplanting a European Jewishness to Palestine where, through principles of self-sufficiency, it might be effectively preserved. So the very first cooperative farms were based on these proposals of Oppenheimer and Ruppin. The first and second aliyahs to the region were fundamentally structured by these ideas, and only with the third aliyah, which took place in 1918.
Hang on. This is an interesting question. Do you think the feelings for the Palestinians would change if the Palestinians advocated for a return of the land in order to create a capitalist state? Okay, so what the left believes is The left believes that if the land was returned to the Palestinians, they are the indigenous people. Okay, this is an important point. When we're talking about the left's definition of indigenous people, they're talking about a collectivized society. That is why they always uphold the indigenous people, the indigenous people, the indigenous people. That is why they do the land blessings. We are on the land of the Abenaki tribe, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's why they do that. They are mourning the theft of the land from the indigenous people, right? When it comes to the indigenous people, the left does not believe that they own the land in the same way that the Israelis own the land. Israel are the settler colonists. They took the land and privatized it to keep the Palestinians off of it. That's what the privatization aspect is. Prior to Israel taking that land, they believe it was under the collective caretakership of the Palestinians, which is to say that it wasn't privatized. It was an indigenous community. It was an indigenous society. They look at the idea of land ownership differently when it comes to the indigenous people because they believe that the indigenous people do not have exclusivity around who is allowed to use the land and who doesn't. So that's the difference. If the land was returned to the Palestinians, the left does not believe the Palestinians would create a capitalist state because the land would go from being privatized by the evil settler colonists that is Israel to the collective caretakership of the indigenous people that is the Palestinians. Hope that makes sense. Let me know if you have any other questions. It was a good one.
Through 23 did socialism enter the framework. Peterberg is joined by many scholars of this period in concluding, and I quote, that the kibbutz was first and foremost a colonizing tool for the formation of a settler project, end quote. He cites Gershom Shafir from the University of California at San Diego, whose work on comparative settler colonialism is key to this argument. Shafir writes, and I quote, the national character of the kibbutz was its foundation and raison d'etre, and determined its composition and in part its structure. The kibbutz became the most homogeneous body of Israeli society. It included almost exclusively Eastern European Jews, since it was unwilling to embrace Middle Eastern and North African Jews, and was constructed on the exclusion of Palestinian Arabs, end quote. I would add, and the labor of Palestinian Arabs as well. If some of these Eastern European members of the kibbutz were anarchists or Marxists, did their presence contravene those fundamental tenets of nationalism and colonization, or were they simply accommodated, if not contained, by the kibbutzim movement? For those contemporary anarchists who seek to recall the anarchists of the kibbutz movement as important political predecessors for their own activism, it makes sense to ask whether those forms of nationalist local community, racially exclusive, were aptly prefiguring rather the right-wing settler movement, not the contemporary anarchist movement. The effort to find predecessors for contemporary Israeli anarchism among the socialist and anarchist members of the early kibbutz movement, a movement with clearly national and colonizing aims, suggests that anarchist aims are separable from anti-colonial struggles, and I would hope that this is simply not true and not feasible. This leads me back to one of the questions with which I began, namely, whether there can be an anti-statist anarchism that unwittingly mobilizes the prerogatives of citizenship at the same time that it reproduces a certain nationalism. Gordon points out that Bakunin distinguished between forms of nationalism produced by the state and other forms of sociability or modes of belonging that are variously described as natural or organic communities. Of course, there are all kinds of reasons to be suspicious of natural communities. I have my worries there. But what I am interested in here is whether the distinction between a nationalism produced and sustained by a state is absolutely distinct from forms of communitarian belonging.
Why is the left opposed to nationalism? Pop quiz for the chat. Judith Butler was just ranting about how she opposes nationalism just then. Why does the left oppose nationalism? I'm going to back up and listen a little bit. If you've been paying attention and listening to what I've been explaining so far, it should be very clear why the left doesn't why the left opposes nationalism. Just giving people a second to chat in their answers. You will learn more if you chat in your answers, guys. I know people don't like being wrong and they're afraid they're going to get yelled at by me, but I promise you that you will learn more from this experience if you chat in your answers and stop being so afraid of being wrong. Don't be so eager to be right that you don't listen to the question I'm asking, but also don't be afraid to be wrong, because there's no consequence to being wrong. Okay? There really isn't. Let's see. Why does the left oppose nationalism? It's real easy. Alex in with the win. Nationalism means borders. As we previously covered, the left is completely opposed to borders because the left is completely opposed to private property ownership. This is why it is so critical that people commit the definition of capitalism to memory. The definition the left has of capitalism, whether you agree with it or not, is private property ownership. In order to have private property, you have to have borders. Nationalism means borders. That is why the left is opposed to nationalism. That's it. That's it. Nationalism is private property. Nations are private property. The left wants to globalize everything, not in the same way that the WEF does. This is not the WEF. These are radical revolutionary socialists. But they do believe that socialism can only work long-term if it is a global effort. So when the left gets their way, there will be no more countries, because countries to them are a form of private property ownership. Nations have borders. Yep. It implies boundaries. Yep. Private property is explicit with nationalism. Yep. Because nationalism implies a border. Exactly. Lots of correct answers in the chat. Sometimes the answer really is that easy, guys. Sometimes it really is that easy. It always comes back to capitalism. Why can Palestine be for Palestinians, but my country can be for anyone? Well, they don't believe that Palestine can be for Palestinians either. Just to be really clear, in the left's anarchist utopia, Palestine is not just going to be for Palestinians either. But right now, they're in a transitionary mechanism. Okay, they're in a transition. It's for the same reason, Tom, and I think you were here when we talked about this last week. Judith Butler is a great example. Judith Butler is non-binary today. I don't know if Judith Butler was non-binary when she gave this talk, but Judith Butler claims to be non-binary today. Non-binary indicates that Judith Butler opposes the gender binary, okay? Non-binary is a category created by the left that is used to push a far-left political ideology. However, the left doesn't want the category of non-binary to be around forever. When the left gets their ways and they eliminate the categories of men and women, which is what they're trying to do with the category of non-binary, the category of non-binary will eventually be phased out as well, because they don't want any categories to exist. So when it comes to the Palestinians, it's not as though they like the long-term solution to them would be Palestinians have Palestine. The left wants all nations, all borders to become one. They want a global world order. So it's more just a transitionary mechanism than it is anything else. Has nothing to do with self-loathing, Tom. Nope, that's not true. Has nothing to do with that at all. Let's see, any other questions? No, judgmental lizard. No. That's not the problem that you're having. I'm going to tell you the problem you're having. You're trying to debunk them. You're trying to force your worldview on the left. The left does not agree with this. You're trying to debunk them. You're working through cognitive dissonance. So you're not confused. You're trying to debunk them, and you're confused about why the left doesn't view the world the same way that you do.
to one of the questions with which I began, namely, whether there can be an anti-statist anarchism that unwittingly mobilizes the prerogatives of citizenship at the same time that it reproduces a certain nationalism. Gordon points out that Bakunin distinguished between forms of nationalism produced by the state and other forms of sociability or modes of belonging that are variously described as natural or organic communities. Of course, there are all kinds of reasons to be suspicious of natural communities. I have my worries there. But what I am interested in here is whether the distinction between a nationalism produced and sustained by a state is absolutely distinct from forms of communitarian belonging that are understood to form either in opposition to the state or to the site of its operations. Gordon himself remarks that the issue of nationalism in the national liberation struggles of stateless peoples received far less attention from anarchists in the past. My sense is that the ideal of a local or global community is important to anarchist mobilizations, not only as a way of countering state-centered forms of nationalism, but also as a way of resisting forms of atomistic individualism required and reproduced by capitalism.
Oh,
but to the extent that the forms
I'm sorry, what was that? Individualism reproduced by capitalism? Hang on.
Sense is that the ideal of a local or global community is important to anarchist mobilizations, not only as a way of countering state-centered forms of nationalism, but also as a way of resisting forms of atomistic individualism required and reproduced by capitalism.
Judith just said that socialists want to resist forms of individualism that are required and reproduced by capitalism. When I say the left considers individual liberties to be, a form of private property, what I essentially mean is you cannot have capitalism without individualism. You cannot have individualism without capitalism. The left wants to eliminate individualism. Judith Butler just said this. Judith Butler believes that individualism is required and reproduced by capitalism. It's on the screen right now. The left wants a collectivized society. They want a collectivized society where everyone is the same and where there are no hierarchies. That way, no one has more access to stuff than other people. No one has more money than others. No one has more houses than others. No one has more food than others. No one has more anything than others. Everything is leveled out. You can imagine the kind of society that's gonna look like, and I think we're all gonna end up starving, but that's just me. And so when Judith Butler says individualism required and reproduced by capitalism, what she is saying is we want to get rid of individualism. We need to resist the idea of individualism because we want to create a collectivized world. That's what getting rid of capitalism means. Daniel says, is the category of non-binary tied to a specific feeling that is trying to be expressed or a political stance in opposition to capitalism, similar to wearing a uniform? Daniel, it is great. Again, another great question. I think you're new, Daniel. Welcome. Non-binary is a political stance. So what the left believes is that capitalism, private property ownership, created the gender binary. The gender binary means men and women. That's it. When capitalism created the gender binary, it put men in the workplace where they had all the power and all the money. It put women in the home where they did the unpaid labor of having and raising the next generation of proletarian workers that is the nuclear family. This is the gender hierarchy that is created by capitalism. Men have all the power and money. Women are relegated to the home and doing unpaid reproductive labor to reproduce the capitalist society within the nuclear family. This is also called the patriarchy. Non-binary is a way of opting out of the gender binary, the gender hierarchy, the patriarchy, to say we are all the same. It's saying no binary. Non-binary means no binary, no men, no women. And all these other crazy pronouns as well. The left believes there's an infinite number of pronouns that you can have at any given time. As long as you're not using men and women, they're completely fine with that. So anyone can identify as non-binary. There's no non-binary feeling that someone has. This is an invented term. anyone can identify as non-binary. It's like a political stance, exactly like wearing a uniform or wearing a patch or something like that, to say, I do not believe in the gender binary, which is a far left idea.
But to the extent that the forms of communitarian belonging depend on a solidarity among Israelis who commit civil disobedience or put their bodies on the line and at risk as they oppose Israeli militarization, they can perhaps unwittingly become forms of solidarity among Israeli leftists or dissenters who are actually bound together by their internal opposition to the state. Of course, there are modes of solidarity among local Palestinians and Israeli leftists that have clearly and effectively been formed in Budrus, in Bilin, in Hebron, and several other villages. And those are often invoked as instances of a radical potential for cohabitation and coexistence.
Oh, shit.
At least for...
Hang on. My bad. I missed a super chat. I was like, where did this extra super chat come from? Jane, have a great weekend under our lovely capitalist system, sharing the love. Hey, thank you, Jane. I'm glad you had a great week, or a great week. And I appreciate the super chat.
Struggling together. The same has been said about certain figures, such as Giuliano Mercamis, the former director of the Freedom Theater in Jenin, assassinated a month ago, described as 100% Jewish and 100% Palestinian, a virtual embodiment for many, a living form of binationalism and bilingualism. Many have pointed to the important work of Andalus, the Hebrew-Arabic publishing operation that brought Arabic literature to the Israeli public. Some also understandably point to the existence of bilingual schools and villages as signs of hope, instances of cohabitation that undo the claims of nationalism and defy the explicit aims of the state. Others look to seeds of peace or bereavement groups like, I believe it's called Counterpoint, which gather Israelis and Palestinians, those who are allowed to travel and who speak English, and so a very small minority, into dialogue. I want to suggest that no matter how moving and important some of these coexistence projects may be, they remain sporadic and isolated as long as their work fails to address the concrete legal, military, and economic means by which the discrimination against Palestinian Israel...
Hang on. So your mention of Judith Butler as non-binary is an expression of her politics, not a coming out of the closet type experience? Precisely. I don't think Judith Butler identified as non-binary when this video was made. Which is ironic because Judith Butler wrote her book Gender Trouble in 1990. I think Judith Butler identified as a lesbian at this time, as a woman, as a lesbian. It was only later that Judith Butler decided to be non-binary. So it wasn't a coming out of the closet thing. I think everyone can look at Judith Butler and understand she's a lesbian. I think we can all understand that, right? But, so she was already out of the closet. Identifying as non-binary is purely a political stance. And to be quite frank, most of the people who are identifying as non-binary in some derivation are doing it for a political stance. They're not doing it because they're gay. It has nothing to do with being gay, has nothing to do with being trans. By the way, you don't have to be gay or trans to be non-binary. You can be a straight white man and be non-binary. Yeah, you're going to cut this shit out right now or I'm going to ban you. No, don't fucking do this shit in my chat. Hope that answers your question.
Israelis is maintained within the borders. The denial of all political rights to self-determination continues under occupation, and the rights of Palestinian refugees forcibly dispossessed in 1948 remain dishonored. If the structure of occupation remains the same, if Israeli citizenship is not democratized for all of its inhabitants, and if the rights of refugees continue to be ignored, then cohabitation becomes a transient moment eclipsed time and again by these overwhelming structural realities. And if one calls for cohabitation or even peace without addressing these structural inequalities of settler colonialism, then I think one runs the risk of trying to instate a form of coexistence that by definition is not sustainable and whose transitory and exceptional qualities confirm rather than contest the functioning of political power.
Hang on. Daniel, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for tolerating my interruptions and answering my questions. Thank you, Daniel, for contributing for my time. I do appreciate it. I love it when I answer people's questions and then they pay me money. We are now 50% of the way to our super chat goal, guys. You guys know I'm always much nicer on the stream when we hit that goal. So you got $50 left. Let's make it happen.
When Palestinian activist claims that there can be no peace without justice, no coexistence without the end of occupation, they are, I believe, articulating how the call to peace and cohabitation as ethical ideals.
No, Tom. No. I know you're new, but this was explained clearly on the video earlier. We don't debunk on Socialism Saturday. Debunking is a waste of time. It is a distraction. It does not help people learn. You're not listening when you're debunking things. And if you're going to be here, you're going to listen. That's the point of this. The point is listening and learning what their perspective is. Every single time you debunk, you not only distract me because I think you're saying something valuable in the chat when you're not, you distract other people in the chat who are trying to listen. You are also proving that you yourself are not listening. Okay? So I don't mind people having fun and joking around, but the debunking rule exists for a reason. You were asked by one of my moderators not to debunk. Now I am telling you, you are not going to debunk in my chat because it will create a distraction and it defeats the purpose of what we're doing here. Are non-binary and queer interchangeable? Yeah, basically. Essentially. Queer is a far-left political ideology that is designed to push back on the gender binary and the nuclear family. One of the explicit goals of queer ideology is to abolish the gender binary. So when someone is saying non-binary, they are also saying they want to abolish the gender binary. So it's not an exact match, but you can almost always make the assumption that if someone is non-binary, they're queer. And almost always, if someone is adhering to queer ideology, they have non-binary. Like, they might not be totally non-binary. They might be doing she, they, or he, they, but even that is a form of non-binary.
Can work precisely to deflect from the political and economic realities of occupation, and in that way support their operation and the effect of their inevitability. On the other hand, those very ethical ideals can become substantially realized only once a movement is articulated and organized in such a way to oppose those very political and economic realities of domination. This comes up time and again when people discuss boycott, divestment, and sanctions. There are those...
Hang on. Let's talk about BDS in a second. Bot says, just as a follow-up to the last question, Bot says, is it like all non-binary people are queer, but not all queer people are non-binary? Most queer people are non-binary, is the thing. So I think they're not exactly the same thing. Queer has a further definition to it than non-binary does. So like non-binary is still a subset of queer, but it is almost universal that if they are non-binary, they are queer. And it is almost universal that if they are queer, they are also non-binary. Because again, non-binary just means a rejection of the gender binary. Hang on. Regarding the use of the word as they mean it, is capitalism even real or is it simply a straw man? Well, no. I mean, capitalism as they define it is private property ownership. Private property ownership means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business is big or small. It also means parental rights. So I really detest this argument, and it always comes from the right. We don't even have capitalism. The left has already won. We don't even have it. I own my home. You could come in and make the argument, oh, no, Karlyn, you don't. The bank owns your home. Okay, well, maybe. But if I pay the bank the money on the mortgage that I owe them, then I am staying in my home and it still is a privately owned thing that can't just be taken away from me and reallocated to someone else. I own land. I wouldn't be able to own land if capitalism wasn't a real thing. I own a business. I own a couple of businesses. I wouldn't be able to own a business if capitalism wasn't a thing as defined by the left. I don't own an apartment rental, but many people do. Every single Airbnb would not exist if capitalism wasn't real anymore. That's what that is, right? And parental rights absolutely exist. Parents are responsible for their children. The left wants to abolish all of that because they believe that parental rights are a form of private property. So I find these arguments about, is this even a thing anymore? Does this even, I find it to be really unuseful because it's presenting a hyperbolic argument that is not hinged into reality. You can still buy a home, you can still buy land, you can still buy an apartment and become a landlord. You can still own intellectual property. I own intellectual property. My business doesn't exist without intellectual property. You can still do that. You can still start a business if you want to. You still have parental rights over your kids. This is exactly right. The understanding of what the left means by capitalism is fundamental to understanding the left. Exactly. And it does still exist. And that is what they're trying to abolish. That is what they're trying to overthrow. So queer is more against normativity and non-binary is non-gender normativity. Well, normativity means capitalism. So normativity means the norms that uphold capitalism. And so, yes, queer wants to abolish normativity. They want to overthrow that. They want to destabilize the norms that uphold capitalism. Non-binary is a rebellion against the gender binary, which is a norm that upholds capitalism.
Of domination. This comes up time and again when people discuss boycott, divestment, and sanctions. There are those who believe that the cultural and intellectual domain should be safeguarded as the site where Israelis and Palestinians might freely exchange views, come to appreciate each other's perspectives, and engage in civil discourse. This is touted as the civil society alternative. The problem, of course, is that such a conjecture assumes that there is a symmetry between Israeli and Palestinian positions, or asks each of them to enter into dialogue through suppressing the fact that this symmetry does not exist. In this sense, dialogues that function on this basis institute and ratify a structure of disavowal, an especially problematic move on the part of Israel, especially a systematic disavowal, especially when what is disavowed is precisely what is happening on the other side of the wall, or indeed at the wall itself. One reason that symmetry does not exist is that no major university or cultural institution in Israel is willing to speak out against the occupation. This means that whenever an artist or intellectual from outside of Israel comes to such an institution as its guest, they not only effectively make the claim, it does not matter if you fail to oppose the occupation, I will come and visit you and shore up your cultural legitimacy anyway. And for some of us, to arrive on an Israeli campus is effectively to declare oneself against the boycott and to be used precisely for that purpose by the administration or the government, which is one reason some of us do not go and will not go. In other words, the problem with this civil society version of coexistence is that it assumes a diluted Kantianism that claims, hey, we are all people here, there's basic respect between us. That strategy seeks to cast as an ethical relation between equals a situation in which the domination of one group over another is denied and deflected. So if one agrees to that mode of dialogue and equality, then one effectively agrees to put out of sight and out of mind the existing political reality of either second-class citizenship within the existing borders or no citizenship at all outside those borders. Now, against this view, one could argue that only through local instances of living together, or ta'ayush, is binationalism brought into being. This happens through the practices of ordinary life. And this is a view that assumes that binationalism must be practiced first in smaller communities and local sites in order finally to expand in ever-widening circles to build an alternative ethos. For anarchists, this alternative ethos could be a stateless society, or one in which certain communitarian ideals of communism are realized through daily practice. I accept the point that sometimes local changes do actually build over time and space and come to present an alternative ethos, an alternative form of sociability. But if such forms of sociability fail to contest an existing state structure, then they can become cultural alibis for the state itself. This happens when a state can point to examples of free and open exchange among people otherwise in conflict as possible within its own terms. If the occupation permits of such moments of coexistence, then the occupation does not need to change and is not really so bad after all. In fact, we can now even point to its humanity. Of course, the anarchists against the wall are not only...
Hang on. Kenneth said this is why they oppose liberalism. Liberals support capitalism. Left calls them neoliberal. That is 100% true. That is 100% correct. The reason I bring this up, and again, perfect tangent, I think you're new here. If you're new, welcome. We love new people here, but there is a learning curve when you come to my content where I will show you the real far left and I will show you that explicitly them saying what they believe in their own words. But you're going to have to unlearn some things. It is not a debatable point at all. It is not debatable in any way. Everything that Kenneth just says, the far left opposes liberalism. That is 100% true. They believe liberals support capitalism. That is 100% true. The left calls them neoliberal. That is 100% true. There is no debating any of these points. We have the left saying this on video over and I'm talking like not one or two times. We probably have the left saying this on video hundreds, if not well over 1,000 times. They say this, you might even hear them say it tonight. So no, it's not debatable in any way.
Building new modes of sociability, often between Israelis and Palestinians, especially in Benin, but also quite literally opposing the state, intervening to halt or derail its militarized expansion. And this is a crucial activity, critical, radical, and exemplary in the way that it seeks both to build a new ethos and stop the wall, which is the state, as we know, as it destroys the livelihood of Palestinians, their villages and their lands, their access to water, to medical facilities, to family and work on the other side of the barrier. But this form of alliance seems to come up against a limit precisely when the question emerges whether anarchists can or should support the Palestinian national struggle if that struggle is for a Palestinian state of their own. I want to turn to this issue.
Doesn't that sound familiar with one of the questions that was asked in the chat earlier by our new friend Daniel? Judith Butler literally just said, should leftists even support Palestine if the goal is to create a Palestinian state? Because, again, the left doesn't believe in borders. The left is not fighting for a Palestinian state necessarily. They're fighting against the settler colonists that are Israel. Again?
Alliance seems to come up against a limit precisely when the question emerges whether anarchists can or should support the Palestinian national struggle if that struggle is for a Palestinian state of their own.
Aha.
I want to turn to this issue briefly before I return to the question of alliance and solidarity, which is where my paper belatedly takes a queer turn.
A
Uri
queer
Gordon
turn. You
formulates
don't
this
say,
paradox
Judith.
in Israeli anarchism when he writes, for instance, and I quote, while anarchists surely can do something more specific in solidarity with Palestinians than just saying that we need a revolution, any such action would appear hopelessly contaminated with a statist agenda, end quote. He discusses various alternatives. Anarchists could, following Kropotkin, consider the state as a necessary strategic move, but one which would have to be dissolved in the future. Or one could say,
anarchists would consider the state to be a necessary strategic move that could be dissolved in the future. It's a transitionary mechanism. It's like, we don't like the idea of the Palestinians having a state, but if giving the Palestinians a state transitions them away from being oppressed by the evil settler colonists of Israel, then fine. But don't expect that state to stay around forever, because it's just a transitionary mechanism to a more stateless, globalist society. They don't want the state to exist, but they will accept it as a way of getting the Palestinians to break free from the oppressive settler colonists. Perfect Tangent says, is my feeling correct that anarchists are the forerunners of socialist movements? Yes. When I say revolutionary socialists, which is who we're watching right now, Judith Butler is a revolutionary socialist. I could also say revolutionary communist. I use the term socialism and communism pretty interchangeably because they use it interchangeably. It basically means that they'll use both in the same sentence. So what they believe is they want to abolish the capitalist state, the capitalist constitution. Judith Butler is an anarcho-communist. We're not talking about anarcho-capitalism. We're talking about anarcho-communism, which is the abolition of the state, the abolition of what they perceive as the capitalist U.S. government, because they believe our entire government was created by capitalism. So we got to get rid of that and replace it with a more communal society in which everything is run based on basically elected leaders within the community, and then they go and they do some sort of House of Representatives style thing, but they would not keep the current constitution in the United States. They would not keep the current government in the United States. And they want to overthrow all of that. So yes, fundamentally, these are anarchists, but it's also important to know they're anarcho-communists. I already gave you one fucking warning, Tom, and I was very nice when I gave you that warning. You are not going to behave this way in my chat. I know you are new, but you are not going to behave this way in my chat. I appreciate your willingness to come and learn, but you are not going to behave this way in my chat. I'm going to put you in a timeout now, and if you come back again, because this is now the second timeout you've gotten, and I was the one that gave you the first timeout. To be clear, it wasn't Kevin. I was the one who gave you the first time out because you were breaking the rules that I expressly asked you to follow. Now I've given you another timeout. If you come back and continue to behave this way, we're just going to ban you and you won't be allowed back.
He discusses various alternatives. Anarchists could, following Kropotkin, consider the state as a necessary strategic move, but one which would have to be dissolved in the future. Or one could say that given that Palestinians are already under state control, they might as well have their own state, even though the state cannot legitimately represent their final aspirations. Or one could say, as Gordon himself seems to say, that anarchists can take action in support of the dignity and livelihood of Palestinians without reference to the question of statehood, end quote. In some ways, what Gordon suggests here is a perfect strategy, since it restricts the role of activists to supporting Palestinians without intervening in the question of whether or not a state should be built or what mode of governance is most desirable. But is this really enough? Does this strategy stay restricted within the national frame and fail to really find out how Palestinians are framing their struggle and what it might be then?
Stop debunking.
Them? It's interesting to me that the ethical principles in defense of which anarchists would then struggle are restricted to dignity and livelihood.
Oh, next video. We're moving on to the next video. Continue, Judith.
And though elsewhere, especially in the contributions of Yossi Bartal, it is clear that Israeli anarchists affirm Palestinian self-determination as well. They do not come with an agenda that they seek to impart to Palestinians. They do not arrive in a savior role. They only seek to assist an agenda that Palestinians themselves formulate. This self-limiting move within the anarchist agenda is crucial. But still, how are we to understand self-determination? And is it, in fact, more primary and finally distinct from the question of state structure, or even whether or not to engage in a state formation project? It's my understanding that there's a difference between Palestinian resistance struggles that seek to exercise and establish self-determination and those that immediately assume that the form or mode of expression for self-determination is the establishment of a state. Gordon assumes that the paradox of Israeli anarchism and Palestinian political aspirations is that the former are against the state and the latter are for the state. He asks, I quote again, how anarchists who support the Palestinian struggle reconcile the desire of the majority of Palestinians for a state of their own with the anarchist anti-statist principles. How can they support the creation of yet another state in the name of national liberation, which is the explicit or implicit agenda of almost all Palestinians, end quote. I find myself asking, why is it at this juncture that Gordon and others within the Israeli left don't actively consult the long and complex Palestinian debates on statehood? This seems especially important to do if Israelis want to be able to think about the regional conflict outside of their own national frame, and if they're also seeking to find sites of solidarity with the Palestinian struggle. Surely the state-building practices...
Hang on. How do you have collective ownership without a state? So I want to remind you, Orlando, I don't recognize you. I think you might be relatively new. I don't believe any of this stuff. I am explaining to you what the left believes. And whether or not you agree with what the left believes is immaterial. Whether or not you think it's stupid is immaterial. This is what the left believes. The left wants to abolish the current government as we know it. In its place, they want to institute more... Hi, Trendolin. We are now best friends, and and we'll have a talk about that. I'm just kidding, Trendolin. You should do something nice for yourself. Come on. Okay. Where was I? Okay. So what the left believes is they want to abolish the current government that we have. They want to institute a basically like local governance. Local kind of like there would okay, if you get rid of all private property ownership, the land reverts and the homes revert and all that stuff to the caretakership of the collective. How the left organizes, and it is actually kind of important to understand this. The left has a ton of meetings, essentially. How leftist groups organize is everyone involved in the group comes to the community meeting. And in the community meeting, if you have something to say, you can get up and say it. And they have different ways of like working through differences and working through conflict, some of which are actually kind of effective, if I'm honest about it, in which they're basically involving the entire community in the decision-making process around what these things are. However, there are also kind of people that are elected as leaders or representatives of that community. What I have heard the left say is they want to cycle through people who are leading the community. So it's kind of like term limits where like you get elected to lead the community for 2 years and you're the one that has to chair the meetings and stuff like that. But then you don't get to run for office again and you get replaced by someone else. So I've heard them talk about how they don't want it to be like our current system where the same people just keep getting elected over and over and over again. It's like you serve a term and then you go back to doing your salt mining job or whatever. Out of the leaders in the community, there would be a much larger kind of like what we might think of as like a House of Representatives style thing that would come together. Because remember, they've abolished the United States Constitution. They've abolished the government. They've abolished the Supreme Court. They've abolished the Electoral College. They've abolished the United States Senate. They've abolished the position of president because that's not something that is in their vision. But what the left does like is like a House of Representatives style thing where communities send representatives to a larger Congress, but it would be significantly larger than our current House of Representatives, and it would be operated differently. So when they're saying without a state, it's not like they're saying there's no decision-making apparatus. They're saying it would be a different type of decision-making apparatus than what we currently have, because what we currently have is grounded in capitalism and therefore needs to be abolished. When they talk about abolishing the state, they are talking about the capitalist state, the capitalist government. They're not saying no systems. They're saying we want to build systems that are fundamentally different than the ones we have now, that are more reflective of collective caretakership of everything. Hope that answers your question.
Of the current Fayyad government have been cause for debate and even schism within the Palestinian population. Some Palestinians argue, for instance, for a one-state solution, like Omar Barghouti and the late Edward Said, affirming a secular state for the region that does not discriminate on the basis of religious or ethnic belonging. And yet others, like Anan Ashrawi and sometimes Azmi Bashara, argue for a two-state solution, fearing a division of Palestine into Bandustans that would replicate the worst dimensions of South African apartheid. Bashara's view is actually more complex, since he not only argues for a radically egalitarian revolution within the so-called Israeli democracy, suggesting as well that the struggle against colonization, but he suggests as well that the struggle against colonization must be temporally distinct from any struggle for state formation.
See?
His view is clearly not the same as Arafat's promotion of a state-centered project in the early 1970s, and it is clearly different from the state-building efforts now undertaken by the Fayyad leadership in the Palestinian Authority. Indeed, a quite important dissertation has been written by Tariq Mukheimer called State Building Process, the Case of Palestine, which traces the reluctance of Palestinians to accept state structures in the 1920s and 30s, understanding them as colonial impositions and means by which foreign states...
Hang on. Jane says in the chat, would the Israeli left be the kibbutz group? Well, yeah, I mean, the kibbutzes are definitely communist, but I don't think that that's representative of all of the Israeli left.
Seek to consolidate their colonial control. This same sentiment was clearly voiced, ironically, by Azmi Bashara in a television interview in Israel in June of 2009, which visibly scandalized the left Israelis seated on either side of him.
By the way, just so we're clear about this, I don't know if I've been explicit about this. Judith Butler is Jewish. So, like, anyone who thinks that these positions, I should have actually just explicitly said this earlier, like, anyone who thinks that the left is anti-Semitic, the left are a bunch of Jew haters, Judith Butler is literally Jewish, okay?
I quote, "It is true there has never been a separate Palestinian state." This is Bashara. "Like all Arab states, this is a colonial invention. There is only an Arab nation which Palestine was part of," end quote.
Oh.
Perhaps Bashara's most relevant point here is that the struggle against colonization, which is for him the meaning of the struggle against occupation, has to precede any question of state formation and must be kept distinct from it. My colleague Samra Esmir builds on this thesis to argue that the means of struggle for Palestinians must be distinct from the political goal of achieving a state. Marwan Barghouti, the jailed senior member of Fatah, underscores the importance of rights. But note, the form of resistance he invokes relies upon a discourse of rights that are not exclusively tied to the legal apparatus of the state and are not, in fact, necessarily inscribed in any existing legal code.
Hang on, Daniel just asked, so in this socialist community utopia that they want to build, if someone puts forth an idea that must be implemented past their term, would it need a new vote or would it be considered already approved? I'm pretty sure it would be considered already approved. But it's also, I mean, Daniel, the left is actually very, like, clear that they don't know exactly how a lot of this stuff is going to work. But my understanding is that, like, if it was already in process, it would already... It's not the same political system like that we kind of have where some of the stuff that Joe Biden did is still relevant and Donald Trump took some of it away on day one. It's not kind of the same thing. So I think maybe it's hard to tell exactly how some of this stuff would work because the left hasn't figured that out yet because they're not close to getting what they want yet.
Something similar happens in Azmi Bashara's language when speaking about Palestinians with limited rights of citizenship within Israel. He remarks, Here's Bashara. Arabs are much more aware of their rights, not only to eat and have a home and teach their children, but also their right to express their political views and not get shot for that as citizens of the State of Israel, not only as Palestinians. Some say that Arabs in Israel are hopelessly marginalized, both in Israel and in the Arab nation. We think that Palestinians who are living with the contradiction of being Arabs and Israeli citizens at the same time should turn it into an accelerator of development. This contradiction should become the source of the dialectic that pushes the Arab consciousness toward the most sophisticated consciousness, the most sophisticated understanding of national identity and of citizenship at the same time. A synthesis of Arab nationality and democracy would be the greatest gift we can give the Arab world. Well, I suppose many would say that that gift have been being given time and again this spring. For Bashara, there's
Stop
a strong
debunking,
sense
Tom.
that
I've
the
already
struggle for
asked you once.
self-determination
Stop
is one with
debunking.
no clear terminus and no pre-established goal. He claims, I would like to see a long-term struggle that realizes that there is no just peace in the near future. But for that, you must have determined leadership, consistent, not hasty, which does not waste to the sacrifices of its people in a short time, which means a change in the mode of struggle. Such a struggle would leave the Palestinian question open for a long time, a struggle that people can live with in their daily life, a struggle with the economy, a struggle with the society. That's what I would like to see. Or once again, Bashara, who regularly distinguishes self-determination from state formation, calls for, I quote, a democratic channel to express self-determination. Occupation is violent. Occupation deprives the Palestinian people not only of self-determination, but the elementary right to plan their lives every day, the most banal details. Of course, at this point, Bashara is, in these quotations, he's focusing on ordinary acts of struggle, acts that happen within every day. At the same time, it's clear in the 2009 quotation that he's...
Hang on. No one said that Judith Butler wasn't Jewish in a Jewish religious sense. Judith Butler has studied and discussed the topic of Judaism extensively in what she's done. So, no, she's not a Zionist. Zionists are not the same as Jewish. She is a Jewish anti-Zionist. But it is not accurate to say she's not a Jew in the religious sense. She is.
Sees Palestinians as part of an Arab nationality or an Arab nation. And one might, of course, worry about such invocations of nationalism when he claims that the only nationalism Palestinians have is an Arab one. But I want to suggest that whatever form this nationalism is, it's one that crosses existing territorial boundaries, is not produced or exemplified by a single state, and seems to be practiced in ordinary everyday life. He lays claim to tradition, community, shared forms of aspiration, including counter-statist trends that the nation expresses here, including the important links between Palestinians and other Arab peoples. The nationalism that supports the nation-state is not the same as the nationalism that brings people together who are stateless or who are maintained in subordination or in forced exile. But that is a topic for another paper. Perhaps most important here is the claim of rights that a people may assert even when those rights are not granted by any positive law. And precisely
when Judith says democracy, she means socialism. So in this case, she means freeing them from the evil settler colonists of Israel.
Positive law that does exist seeks to deprive those very people of those rights. My suggestion is that the right to self-determination, the right to plan one's life, the right to live free of fear or being imprisoned or killed or sent into exile for one's political viewpoints, the right to mobility, even the right to find a mode of governance that would be a democratic channel to express self-determination, all of these rights are conceived of as prior to a legal regime. In fact, in Bashar's discourse, it would seem that the exercise of a right is part of an open-ended struggle without a perceivable end. Is there any other way for the stateless to exercise rights than through a struggle that endeavors collectively to bring into being the very rights that it exercises? Such rights are not grounded in personhood, nor are they derived from natural laws. Indeed, they're not grounded in any form other than the one by which they are invoked and exercised. Their exercise is their ground. Of course, there are those who seek recourse to international law or human rights doctrine. Omar Barghouti's case for BDS is among the most important and influential of these. He claims...
Hang on. Orlando says anti-Zionists do not believe in having a Jewish state. Well, to Judith Butler's credit, she doesn't actually believe that any state should exist. So it's not even just a Jewish state. She doesn't think any state should exist.
Claims that the movement for boycott, divestment, and sanctions is the largest nonviolent Palestinian form of resistance, a way of insisting upon that Israel comply with international and human rights laws, precisely when existing nation-states and international authorities flagrantly and tactically fail to enforce them. Reacting to the accusations of treason against Azmi Bashara, who was accused of being in conversation with Hezbollah during the most recent bombing of Beirut by Israeli forces, and after his subsequent exile in Jordan, Ali...
Isn't it interesting? This is for people who've been around and watching socialism with me for a while. Isn't it interesting that here's my experience. When real socialist activists speak, they have a certain cadence with the way they do things. They have a certain like artful approach and flowery cadence with how they present information. They do it like with their full bodies. You see them like it's like it's a weird thing that I don't know how to describe it other than I've seen this particular style of speech and presentation of information in like every leftist subculture that I've ever looked at. It's very consistent and it's very specific to like this subcultural group. The right doesn't present information in the same way. It's also a very academic thing, by the way. I think that this comes out of academia and the norms of academia because a lot of these people are academics. But isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that once you start watching this stuff and once you start realizing just what bullshit these people are spewing, and once you start realizing how many things they cherry pick and how many things they take out of context and the basis for their crazy ideas, once you understand what their real goals are, you can see through the presentation style, because if you don't know what you're listening to, it might come across as like, Judith Butler is really confident in what she's talking about. And she's, obviously thought a lot about this and she's put a lot of information together and she's presenting it professionally. But like, once you see through kind of like the facade that they lead with, it's fascinating to me to watch these people spew such bullshit sometimes and doing it in that way that they are completely convinced of every single thing they're saying.
Abu Nima, the editor of the Electronic Intifada, known for his concept of one country, distinguished from one state,
one country,
makes clear his differences from the prevailing state-building policy of the current Palestinian Authority. And I quote, "In practice, this means that the Palestinian solidarity
well, Stony
movement
Baloney seemed to
needs
think
to
it was from
fashion a new message
2007
that
or
breaks with
2008,
the failed
so maybe.
fantasy of hermetic separation in national states. It means we have to focus on fighting Israeli racism and colonialism in all its forms against those under occupation, against those inside, and against those in exile."
Hang on. Hang on a second. Hang on 1 second. Please let my clipping tool work. Please let it work. Please let it work. Okay. Again, Judith, for a great clip that I can use against you on Twitter.
Of hermetic separation in national states. It means we have to focus on fighting Israeli racism and colonialism in all its forms against those under occupation, against those inside, and against those in exile. In practice, we need to start building a vision of life after Israeli apartheid, an inclusive life in which Israelis and Palestinians can live in equality, sharing the whole country. You'll note that this life of...
Thank you, Judith. Thank you for this clip that I will be using against Chris Rufo in the New College of Florida at some point this week. Thank you. Thank you for being so clear about your desire to end Israeli racism. I very much appreciate you using the term Israeli racism, Judith. That was a spectacular choice on your part that I don't think you would make the same choice today. Again.
It means we have to focus on fighting Israeli racism and colonialism in all its forms against those under occupation, against those inside, and against those in exile. In practice, we need to start building a vision of life after Israeli apartheid, an inclusive life in which Israelis and Palestinians can live in equality, sharing the whole country. You'll note that this life of Israelis and Palestinians living in equality, sharing the whole country, is only possible after the dissolution of an apartheid regime understood as part of settler colonialism. If Sinn Féin's Gary Adam and hardline Northern Ireland unionist leader Ian Paisley can sit down to form a government together, this is still Ali Abu Nima, and if Nelson Mandela and apartheid's National Party could do the same, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility in Palestine if we imagine it and work for it, end quote. Those forms of struggle are very often local and provisional. They rely on forms of non-governmental action that disrupt the course of routinized military intimidation. Rima Hamami, a sociologist at Birzeit University, articulates modes of resistance at the checkpoint among Palestinians that are relatively spontaneous and without hierarchical form, as when people from the community converge at the checkpoints, forming networks of peddlers, workers, and even Israeli witnesses to checkpoint harassment. Hamami underscores that such networks can affect a change in consciousness. Interestingly, in her work on the formation of informal checkpoint communities, she cites Asaf Bayat's Street Politics, Poor People's Movements in Iran, published in 1998. There he refers to the quiet encroachment of the ordinary. What is the quiet encroachment of the ordinary? It is the effect of slow daily practices on the part of the urban poor. Here I'm quoting Hamami, quoting Bayat, the urban poor who were able to slowly take over and remake areas of Tehran to meet their needs, end quote. These modes of relatively spontaneous and networked actions are something other than deliberative democracy or even collective forms of direct action. It was, in her view, a result of the, and I quote, everyday tactics of survival.
Oh, all right. This is the last. Oh, actually, okay. So that was the last clip out of that talk, I think, right? And now we have 3 clips of Judith Butler on a screen somewhere. Wait, was there more to that? I feel like I'm missing a clip. Was there a 4th? I'm asking Master Shake in the chat because he's the one that sent this. There was. Okay. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. I found it. All right. Oh, you guys can't see what I just saw. I found it. I found it. I found it. This is the queer one, apparently.
That were mostly individual, spontaneous, and without clear leadership or ideology.
Yo!
But when protracted,
Alex! In with the goal! We hit the goal. We hit the goal. Thank you, Alex, for your generous support. Thank you to everyone who helped hit the super chat goal. Now, I just want to tell people, you can still send me money. It's totally fine. We can go past the goal. That's really nice. But if you want something else to do, make sure you pick up my Alice in Queerland book on Amazon. The link is pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube and Rumble. You can also sign up for my Substack if you want to do that. Or you can send super chat. Whatever's clever, man. Whatever you want. It's all good. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you.
And taken together, they created a kind of molecular change to urban space despite the overwhelming power of the state. She continues, by initiating gradual molecular change, the poor in the long run progressively modify the pre-existing composition of forces and hence become the matrix of new changes. So she takes this model about how the poor recaptured ordinary life in Tehran and seeks to know whether she can describe what happens, describe the informal networks formed at the Kalandia checkpoint between Ramallah and Jerusalem that forms the object of her particular research. And there she writes, there is an ideological framework sustaining individual and collective actions, national survival. But what primarily motivates checkpoint workers is necessity, the quest for dignity in the face of the destruction of their regular livelihoods. Thus, through daily tactics of survival, they crept into the spaces of opportunity that existed between the whims and violence of the military and the various needs of the community. Let's remember that the checkpoint workers are also Palestinian here. They could not overthrow the checkpoint, but they could poach it back from being a space of pure brutality and oppression to one in which their own dispossession could be redressed and inequality undone. I know that my original title suggested that I would talk about queer anarchism, and I'm sorry that I found myself drawn down a slightly different path. But let me say that the form of solidarity that...
By the way, we should absolutely find Judith Butler talking about queer anarchism from this time period if we can. But continue, Judith. Tell us about queer, please.
Down a slightly different path. But let me say that the form of solidarity that I'm trying to point to here is one that has been articulated in queer politics for some time. There is, of course, the impressive movement of queer radicals in Israel, the work of Black Laundry, the contemporary work of Who Profits, the queer anarchists against the wall, the various disruptions and fabulous counter-demonstrations to gay pride, the 9th Queeruption Festival in its hyper-nationalist versions, and the strong criticism of pinkwashing by which the Israeli government seeks to sell its human rights record on lesbians and gays as a way of deflecting.
That's we explicitly watched the left talk about this last week. Do you guys remember we watched that video about pinkwashing? Or pinkwashing was a part of it? Judith Butler, again, this is another instance where Judith Butler, at least like 15 years ago, was saying literally exactly the same thing that the left is saying today. This is what Queers for Palestine says today.
Queeruption Festival in its hyper-nationalist versions, and the strong criticism of pinkwashing by which the Israeli government seeks to sell its human rights record on lesbians and gays as a way of deflecting from the military suppression of Palestinian democracy. The feminists at the checkpoints, the radical draft resistors, and those who maintain an active memorialization of the hundreds of villages destroyed in 1948, organizations like Zachrot. It seems to me that as important as it is to have what is called an internal critique of the state of Israel, it is equally important to ask about the political constitution of what counts as internal and what counts as external. Which border establishes that distinction? And how is that border drawn? With what legitimacy? With what violence? What do we make of settlements? Are they inside or outside? And Palestinian Israelis, are they inside or outside or both? We can understand neither forcible dispossession and the right to return for Palestinians, nor the occupation nor the internal subordination of Palestinian Israelis without understanding how.
Hang on. Our new friend Orlando is learning something new tonight. Orlando, you are not alone in this misconception. He says, so queer has nothing to do with sexual orientation. I thought it did. No, it doesn't. Queer has nothing to do with sexual orientation at all. Although I understand why you might think that it does, because a lot of people have that misunderstanding. You do not need to be gay to be queer. You do not need to be trans to be queer. You could literally be a straight white man and still be queer. You would just have to identify as like non-binary or something like that. Queer is a far left political ideology designed to destabilize normativity. Normativity is what they mean when they say normativity means norms that uphold capitalism. So essentially, queer ideology wants to eliminate the idea of gender, and they want to abolish the nuclear family. It wants to do a bunch of other stuff too, but those are the big two. And they want to do that to overthrow capitalism. Yeah. Queer meaning gay is a very profitable talking point. You got to understand, when liberal, this is why it's so important to know the difference between Democrats and socialists. When Democrats and liberals, and to a lesser extent progressives, when they say queer, they do mean gay, because Democrats and liberals are dumb and they're only aligning with the LGBT stuff because it's profitable for them to do so. But when queer anarchists and revolutionary anarchists and socialists and communists and that sort of thing, when they say queer, they do not mean it as being gay. In fact, they are vehemently opposed to the, we talk about this all the time. They are vehemently opposed to the LGBT rights movement. It was queer anarchists and queer Marxists that were attacking the pride parades around the time that this talk was given. It was the queer Marxists who were vehemently against the legalization of gay marriage, because they thought the legalization of gay marriage was an assimilationist tactic. Like, these people have always been against just the more run-of-the-mill LGBTQ rights stuff. But, and I've talked about this before, basically what happened is there was a splintering between the LGBT rights movement and the queer Marxist movement. Judith Butler is a queer Marxist.
How the line between internal and external is drawn again and again, and without protesting the land confiscation that is enacted every time that line is drawn. Thus, it makes sense to formulate a queer Israeli politics at the border, as many have done, but also to develop a framework that makes central the important work of queer Palestinians, of Al-Qaz, of Aswat, and of queer Palestinians for boycott, divestments, and sanctions.
Queers for Palestine.
They are insisting that one cannot struggle for sexual freedom or alliance without opposing the occupation and without support for BDS, which itself includes support for the right of return and equal rights for Palestinian Israelis. One point of this struggle is to insist that the struggle for gender and sexual freedoms cannot be achieved within the framework of occupation, and that struggles to overcome subordination must be linked. Indeed, they must all oppose the occupation. It's true that self-determination becomes an absolute priority under the condition of occupation for Palestinians. But this is no reason why one cannot learn about what they are doing and why, and to support that struggle through forms of alliance that support first the rights of Palestinians to determine the course of their mobilization. This is the very instance of the principle of self-determination, which all allies have to affirm, that do not idealize away the structural asymmetry between Israeli citizens.
Hang on, Ken is asking a great question. See, can we just appreciate Ken for a minute? Because Ken came in as a newbie today and he asked some very basic questions, and I think I answered his questions, and then I said, Ken, I want you to just relax and listen. And he did that. And I wasn't sure Ken was still here, if I'm honest about it. I was kind of hoping he was, but I wasn't sure he was. And now Ken in with the great question. So all this talk about trans rights and discriminations was just a distraction. All they really want is dismantling anything that upholds capitalism. Well, yes and no. So yes, what they want ultimately is the destruction of capitalism. The goal of queer ideology, the explicit goal of queer ideology, is to dismantle capitalism, to annihilate capitalism. That is always their goal with everything they do. It gets a little bit tricky, though, because when it comes to the trans stuff, okay, I'm going to call them the normal trans. I know people might not like that category, but just roll with me for a second. There are normal trans people. There are normal trans people who just want to transition from being a man to a woman or a woman to a man for whatever reason. There are also trans people who I'm going to lump in with the normal people, but they are certainly not normal, which is men who are autogynephiliacs and have a sexual fetish, and they are making themselves into women because they have a sexual fetish. So I'm grouping those two categories of people together in one category. That's over here. Queer Marxists and anarchists are in a category over here. Many queer Marxists and anarchists identify as trans. They identify as trans in addition to queer. But the difference between the quote-unquote normal group and the autogynephiliacs and the queer Marxists is that the normal trans people want to uphold the gender binary. They still want men and women to be a thing. When they say trans, they mean transition from man to woman or woman to man. So if someone wants to uphold the gender binary, they are not who I'm talking about. Queer Marxists, even if they call themselves trans, because many of them do, they do not have the same definition for trans. When they say it, they mean transform or transcend. And if you don't believe me, just literally Google transforming gender or transcending gender and see what comes up. So when the term trans is being used in two different ways, depending on the group. We don't normally see people that just want to transition from man to woman or woman to man. We don't normally see them involved in far left queer activism. We don't normally see the autogynephiliacs involved in a high level way in queer activism. The autogynephiliacs are crazy. They're fuck off crazy. But they aren't the ones pushing this idea in school. Queer Marxists are the ones that are actively pushing genderqueer and gender ideology in school because they want to teach your kids that gender does not exist because they want to abolish the gender binary. You found a 16-year-old documentary about Judith Butler? Excellent. We will watch that at some point. Thank you for DMing that to me. I do appreciate it. So it's a little bit more complicated than saying like the trans stuff and discrimination, because that's not really a part of this, and we have to be careful and nuanced about how we're grouping how we're thinking about these groups, because we're looking at revolutionary socialists and communists and queer Marxists that ultimately want to overthrow the government, and that typically does not have the same level of trans insanity that you see in other places. This is why I'm so vehemently opposed to like libs of TikTok and conservative outrage clickbait content, because while it is entertaining and I understand that it's entertaining, the fact of the matter is it's not the the normal trans people that are pushing this stuff into schools. It's the queer Marxists that are pushing this stuff into schools because they're teaching kids that gender doesn't exist. If a person wants to uphold the gender binary, they are on a different team than Judith Butler. I really hope that makes sense.
And Palestinians, either in Israel under occupation, or in spite of indefinite, in sites of indefinite expulsion through civil society methods that defy the BDS standards.
Yeah, this is a good note from Mizakan.
It seems important as well that to contest the national frame furnished by the...
Well, perfect tangent. I'm going to say something that's about to surprise you. He says there is a war brewing within the LGBT community between the normies and the socialists. No, there's not. The war already happened. The war happened when Barack Obama was president. They already splintered. They splintered under Barack Obama. The war happened under Barack Obama. The war is still going on today, by the way. But like, we talk about this all the time. Come to Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. You can go back and read their documents. Counter-Revolutionary Book Club, you can find it on the Substack. Is just go to the book club link. We usually do recordings of the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club on Thursday. And so, just like, the war already happened. They already splintered. And no one knew about it because no one was paying attention. Thank you, Suzanne. I really appreciate you. See, listen. Oh, you changed your name to Tommy, not to be confused with the other Tom. See, that's all I'm asking. If you're a dick, just say you're sorry. Thank you for that apology, Tommy. I appreciate it. Even though you weren't even apologizing to me, you were apologizing from Kevin. But that's all right.
Nation state as the restrictive theater for radical action, and to refuse to separate anti-state activism from anti-colonial politics. Neither the civil society method nor the demand to work exclusively within the borders of the militarized nation state will furnish the perspectives we need for new and effective forms of solidarity. Luckily, there are many signs that forms of non-state-centered struggle to assert dignity and freedom within ordinary life emerge on both sides of the border, at the border, in the dismantling of the border, and in this way, I would like hesitantly to suggest that there are reasons for hope, even hope for solidarity.
Is that it? Yeah. Okay, now we're going into another series of talks that appear. I don't know exactly when this is. It was uploaded around the same time. It's unclear what this is from. I mean, the anarchist term, maybe it was another year for the anarchist term. And so, hang on, let me set up the sound. But we're going to watch this because Stony Baloney sent it and I want to watch it. So we are continuing with our Judith Butler marathon. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. If you're enjoying it, please make sure you mount the like button for me. If you would be so kind, if you have questions as we make our way through Marxist level insanity, let me know in the chat. Tolkien fan, would it be accurate to equate the rise of teens and people in their 20s identifying as trans to queer Marxist ideology being taught in schools? Precisely. Precisely. Exactly and precisely. Yes. It is queer Marxists and queer anarchists and people like Judith Butler who pushed all this shit in schools. It's not the normie trans people. It was always the queer Marxists. I thought this was the same talk, but Q&A. You know, I was wondering if it was, but I was also confused about why she was being broadcast on a giant screen. So I hope this is the Q&A. I think that would be fantastic.
Judith, go ahead.
Okay, great. First of all, it's true. I don't necessarily see that all anarchists in Israel understand themselves as coming out of a left communist anarchist tradition that was found originally in the Kibbutzim. I'm not saying that. I was aware that Uri Gordon did make that argument in his book, Anarchy Alive, and I was a little bit...
Hang on, Ken is in. I'm dumb, so I'm going to put this in small words, Ken. It's actually smart people who put things in small words, so I don't think you're probably dumb at all. Basically, crazies, the anti-binary, and the slightly less crazy who still believe in the binary but says there's still a possibility of transition. Yeah, I mean, essentially. So what I want to articulate is, listen, I understand that I understand that that there is a group of trans people that are saying and doing things that people don't like. What I'm trying to articulate, though, is that someone transitioning from man to woman or woman to man, I'm not talking about kids, by the way. Kids shouldn't be doing any of this stuff at all. no medicalizing kids. I want to ban teaching this ideology to kids at all. So when I say like a person transitioning, I'm inherently talking about an adult. I have to clarify that, because if I don't, someone will clip this and put it on the internet and say, Karlyn wants to trans the kids, which is not the argument that I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that if there's like a person and they want to transition from being a man to woman or woman to man, but they still believe in men and women, then my beef is not with that person. I might not personally agree with them. I quite frankly don't really care. I think adults should be able to do whatever they want with their bodies. But a person that is just like saying, you know what, I would feel more comfortable presenting as X, Y, B, and Z, and then they do what's required and they don't expect anyone else to pay for it and all this stuff, I don't think they're actually the problem. I think the problem are the people who want to abolish the gender binary, because the reason they're pushing this ideology and the reason they're teaching this to kids is fundamentally with the goal of destabilizing our entire way of life. So a normal trans person is not trying to do that. And again, you might not agree with their decisions, whatever. But they're not trying to fundamentally destabilize our entire way of life with their decisions. And they usually are not engaging in this type of activism. The people who want to abolish the gender binary are the real problem, because they're the ones who are doing this, not because it's some personal inclination, but because they're making a political statement, and they're doing it to further adherence to a left-wing ideology. And these are the people that are pushing this shit in schools. These are the people that are doing Drag Queen Story Hour. These are the people that are teaching kids to be genderqueer. That is who the enemy is. The people who want to abolish the gender binary, not the normal trans people.
Surprised about that argument, given
Yep,
that,
exactly.
I know many people on the Israeli left have a strong criticism of the colonial structure and aim of the Kibbutzim movement. That's something that Gabriel Peterberg himself was able to show, I think, in very clear terms. So I'm not making a general argument about what Israeli anarchists believe, or that all of them hold to this view, but I did find that view, and I thought it was important to call it into question. The second point is that it seems to me that BDS has only applauded the anarchist work, and that those kinds of actions are precisely the kinds of actions that BDS approves. Let's remember that BDS is not against any form of cultural exchange. That would be, I think, a mistake. What BDS opposes is those efforts to produce cultural exchange that include Israeli institutions that fail to oppose the occupation. It seems to me that anarchists against the wall are among the most important Israeli groups that oppose the occupation, and that any solidarity efforts with them, as we've seen all along the apartheid wall, are appreciated and affirmed, and they're precisely the forms of alliance that BDS says is okay. And the reason why they are okay is that they are explicitly, vocally, and insistently anti-occupation. So I hope I've made myself clear.
Judith, could we just back up for a second? I don't know whether everybody in the room will understand the BDS position. I mean, just how you understand that, and then what your position on that is.
The BDS position is a complicated position and has been formulated over time. In 2005 and 2006, it seems to me that a new rendition of that came about, and that you can find it very easily on the web. I did try in my paper to distinguish between forms of cultural alliance that are not based on an opposition to the occupation, and to other forms of Israeli discrimination, and Israeli refusal to acknowledge the right of return for Palestinians expelled in 1948. And it seems to me that for individuals, certainly, and for institutions that take a vocal and clear position on those three issues, that is paramount for the BDS movement. So it's only certain kinds of exchange that are counseled against according to BDS guidelines. And those are forms of exchange with Israeli institutions that fail to take a clear, explicit, and sustained position against the occupation and against the other really important points of criminality that the Israeli state is guilty of.
Okay, thanks very much. Do you want to come back on that? Those are the points that you raised.
Sure, yeah. I guess I just misunderstood because I thought that you mentioned Tayyush in the context of the works of solidarity that are bound to like fall into a paradigm of unequal
No.
Yeah,
My point is this. I mean, actually, Tayyush, especially the work that Tayyush did in the West Bank, that's really important solidarity. And the reason why I'm actually focusing on these groups is that I think that these are the most effective and important forms of solidarity that are happening. I do wonder sometimes when I read the writings whether people, Israelis who decide to become anarchists or who take very strong positions against the occupation, sometimes still think about their method and their identity within a national frame. And so that's a different point. The point I'm trying to think about is what's the operation of binationalism or even an operation of solidarity?
Hang on. Orlando's asking a great question. Does this queer ideology have a link to Soviets and Bolsheviks? Do they believe in that stuff too? Well, I'm working on a book right now called Queer Marxism that's going to talk about that. Here is the general mise en scène. The Frankfurt School was deeply influential in terms of the origin of this ideology in the United States. So the Frankfurt School obviously were a group of Jewish intellectuals that got kicked out of Germany in World War II. They came to the United States. They set up shop at Columbia University. Columbia University is the most woke school in the United States by far. That's why the encampments were kind of like home base at Columbia University, okay? So from there, and I'm talking about in the United States. So there are many, many, many Marxists and socialists and communists and queer Marxists who absolutely are Marxist-Leninists. So we cannot say that there is no link between Bolshevism or Lenin or any of this stuff in the United States because they're just out there is. They openly talk about it, okay? But what really happened is you had a Marxist school of thought running through the United States, through the institutions, through like the universities. During the civil rights movement was the first time that the term queer that I have found, and there might be earlier moments, but this is the first I've found, that queer was identified as an anti-capitalist term. The first instance that I found of that was in 1964. So the civil rights movement was integral to pushing racism as a systemic issue. Race ceased to become about skin color. It was never really about skin color. I wrote a book about this too. Race was always about systemic racism, which is another reference to capitalism. But as that was going on, parallel to that, you also had a burgeoning gay rights movement. The gay rights movement mostly was taking place in New York and San Francisco. Those are the two hubs in which it bubbled up. In those places, in San Francisco in the 70s, queer kind of started to bubble up alongside the gay rights movement, which is where obviously San Francisco is the epicenter of it. This queer subculture also started to bubble up right beside it, which was always queer as an anti-capitalist idea. So that always existed. But they had a lot of overlap and interest with the gay rights movement, and so they kind of got in bed together, where you had the queer Marxists over here, and you had the kind of like normie LGBT people who just wanted to be able to get jobs, and not even T at that point. You had the normal LGBT people like lesbian, gays, bisexuals. They just want to be able to get jobs and like get married and see each other in the hospital and stuff like that. So you had kind of like the normie gays and the queer Marxists, but they were working together a lot because there weren't that many of them at the time. It was still a relatively small subculture. This starts bubbling up in San Francisco and New York in the 60s and the 70s. In the 80s, you had the ACT UP movement, which the ACT UP movement was kind of the precursor to all the militant queer bullshit that we see right now. The ACT UP movement was a mass protest movement that still exists today, but they were very well known in the 80s because they were doing these demonstrations and these direct actions of, like, they were doing die-ins at churches over the AIDS epidemic. They really wanted Ronald Reagan to use the term to talk about AIDS. They had an iconic movie poster that said silence equals death. This is kind of like where the idea of silence equals violence comes from. That was all in the 80s. At the same time, there was also a queer core movement that was bubbling up in punk music scenes in these like underground subcultures, in which they were really starting to push the idea that gender wasn't real. Okay? So again, going back to this idea that the queer stuff that we're worried about is the abolition of the gender binary. In these punk movements in the 80s, and to a certain extent in the 70s too, they were really starting to push these ideas that gender wasn't real. I am convinced that Judith Butler was involved in these communities in the 80s. I am absolutely convinced that Judith Butler was in this world, and this is where she got her ideas, because that is where the ideas were being pushed. At the same time as this, you still have the normie kind of like gay rights movement that's just like, hey guys, we just want to be treated like normal people and we just want to get married and stuff like that. You move into the 90s and into the 2000s, and these movements are still kind of coming up side by side with each other. Now, what started to happen when states like Vermont, my home state, started to pass civil union laws is that the two movements started to splinter. Because you had the normie gays that just wanted to get married and just wanted to be able to see each other in the hospital. Then you had the radical queer activists who said, we don't want to get married because marriage is assimilationist to capitalist ideology, because they believe that marriage is a form of property relations. So as states started legalizing like civil unions, and as gay marriage started getting closer and closer and closer in the Supreme Court, what happened is the normie LGBT rights movement, and we're talking things like the Human Rights Campaign, that were campaigning and pushing for gay marriage to be legalized, it splintered away from the radical queer Marxist movement, and the radical queer Marxist movement actually started fighting the Human Rights Campaign and the normie gay rights stuff that was going on, because they never wanted it. So they were friends for a while when their sensibilities kind of had more in common. But the minute that gay marriage started becoming more of like a real thing, and all of the push in the normal gay rights movement became around marriage, and the military was the other one with like don't ask, don't tell. They wanted to get rid of don't ask, don't tell. The queer Marxists didn't want to be involved in the military at all. So you got these two just conflicting ideologies now that maybe one time they were friends, but they're not friends anymore. And this is why so many people confuse being gay with being queer, because there was a time that they worked together, but they don't work together anymore. And the real thing happened under Barack Obama, where they were just like, and again, you can go back and look at what they were saying. They started going to war. The queer Marxists started going to war with the normie gay movement because they didn't want gay marriage legalized. Well, they lost. Gay marriage got legalized. This, by the way, is why it's also stupid for Republicans to be talking about getting rid of gay marriage. Because if you get rid of gay marriage, you are literally giving the most radical queer activists in the country what they want. And P.S., it's the radical queer activists that control everything. So you would be giving them a massive W. And again, I know people have feelings about gay marriage. No offense, I don't care what your feelings are about it. You would be giving a massive W to the queer Marxists if you repeal gay marriage. But what happened after gay marriage got legalized? After, it's okay to be confused, just listen. Orlando, just take it in, listen. You can ask more questions. You're asking good questions, and that's important. And this stuff is confusing when you first start learning it. So if you're confused, there are probably other people confused as well. And just know that most people were confused when they first started learning this. I'm just trying to give you the overview of what happened. After gay marriage got legalized, what happened to the quote unquote like normal gay people who just wanted to get married? Well, guess what? They won. The normal gay people who just wanted to get married, after gay marriage got legalized, they were like, all right, that was all we wanted. That's literally all we wanted. And they went off and they got married and they stopped being activists because they had gotten what they wanted. So now all of a sudden you have a massive void in the quote unquote like queer activist community. And guess who filled it? The radical queer Marxists, which is why they dictate the agenda today. The normal gay people who just wanted to get married and be left alone, they left activism. Someone had to take their place because money had to be made. And so that's when radical queer Marxists started to take over all of these pre-existing organizations and changing them into something else. This is why, so there used to be something called a GSA in schools. Well, it still is today. GSA in schools used to stand for Gay Straight Alliance. Guess what happened after queer Marxists took over everything after gay marriage was legalized? The name GSA got changed from Gay Straight Alliance to Gender and Sexuality Alliance. And that is, and this is an example of how they took over the entire organizing apparatus. It wasn't just about people being like, all right, gay people can be normal too and all this stuff. It was literally about, they changed the entire direction of the organizing and made it all about gender and abolishing gender and queering gender and convincing people that gender isn't real. That's why people think all these ideas exploded in like 2015, 2016, and all of a sudden you got non-binary crazies running around. But it didn't just explode in 2015, 2016. It had been building to that for decades and decades and decades. And you just saw the vacuum of people leaving the LGBT activism movement filled with the gender ideology people like Judith Butler, who wanted to get rid of everything. Have I seen the Judith Butler write-up from the Spring Fever zine from 93? I don't think so. I'm going to take a screenshot of this so I remember it. So I hope that explains it. Queer ideology is native to America. I thought it was being promoted by a foreign actor. Queer ideology exists all over the world because socialists exist all over the world. What I'm talking about is a very specific strain that developed in America. So queer ideology does exist all over the world, but what I focus on is what happened here. And what happened here is exactly what I just said. So I don't think it's something that was being promoted by a foreign actor, though. I don't have evidence of that. I think it was literally just that it bubbled up in these weird subcultures, and that's what produced the activist, the weird subcultures.
That moves beyond national frames, and how do we think about that practice in ways that actually help us criticize not only the existing borders of that nation, which have...
Hang on. See, now Tom's starting to get it. Anyone else feeling like life flashing before your eyes? So many historic events and memories seen in a new light. Welcome, Tom. Welcome to the nightmare you can't wake up from. We've now indoctrinated you into our cult. And now, guess what, Tom? Now you get to go through the process of seeing all the things that you never saw before and understanding that this bullshit was happening all along and no one talked about it and no one covered it. And guess what, Tom? Here's the best part. Once you start seeing it, you can't unsee it. So you're stuck with us now. You're welcome. We are the only people who understand this on the internet. And you will start seeing it everywhere, and you will see everything that's ever been said and done by the left in a completely new light now. And it's all going to make so much more sense. And then you're going to start understanding that it's so much worse than what you've been led to believe that it is. And I want you to know, Tom, when you start to have these moments, we're here for you, because all of us have been through this. I went through this live on the internet. It's why I yelled a lot for a couple years. I went through all this live on the internet, and I had to learn this in real time on the internet. So welcome. And you have comrades here, or comrades rather, for Socialism Saturday, and we will support you, and we will help you learn this stuff. And if you want to come and talk about it, you can always show up here, and we'll be talking about it.
Expanded illegally since 1967, but also the existing forms of citizenship that nation has in place, and which are becoming ever more severe, especially as they impact Palestinian Israelis. So my question is there a way to think about those forms of solidarity that actually enter into a post-national frame? And then, of course, that's complicated in thinking about what the form of nationalism is that or the appeal to the nation is that Palestinians are themselves making. Yeah. And what I was trying to show toward the end of the paper was that there are several Palestinians who are actually interested in thinking about forms of community and action that have at least some resonance with anarchist notions, even though they would not be called anarchists, but they are to a certain extent improvisational. They are disruptions of ordinary life, and some of them are counter-statist. And I'm a little bit dismayed by the fact that that sometimes those scholarly and political works are not taken up by those who are trying to make solidarity precisely with the Palestinian people. I see there being more sites of convergence in thinking about non-state forms of solidarity than I think have been pursued in the literature that I've read.
Because the idea of nations sort of floated in the paper in a very interesting way. There's the critique of Uri Gordon insofar as the opposition to the state, the anarchist opposition to the state, whether that escapes from an idea of the nation on the one side, then on the other side, the attempt not to identify that Palestine wasn't a state. It's a nation. It belongs to the Arab nation. So we get this question which is raising what is a nation?
Thank you, Dragon Balls.
Might that be some way of thinking through this question? But I take it the issue that's been the basis of a lot of your thinking recently has been this question of alliance, right? And forms of solidarity. But
yes, I think so. And it's
whether that requires a national framework. Yeah, go on.
It's important to remember that as much as the BDS is against certain forms of cultural exchange where an explicit opposition to the occupation is not clear, it also supports certain kinds of exchange where that opposition is absolutely...
Hang on. Great questions tonight, guys. Really appreciating the questions. And that is part of why we do Socialism Saturday, so people can ask questions, right? Is there anyone in these groups that leave them, or is opposition, if we would actually take it serious enough, the only way to handle these individuals? Hey, guess what? Boss Bully Boy used to be in these groups, and he left them. There are absolutely people who leave these groups. But you also have to understand, this is a cult-like ideology. It really, really is. And it is very difficult to get people to leave these groups when they are indoctrinated into the ideology. It's even more difficult to get people to leave when you consider that every single kid who entered public school around the same time that this was being taught, which is so I'm talking, so this talk, we think it was around 2008, 2009, 2010, 2000, something like that, right? Think about this. Every single kid who started public school around that time has been indoctrinated into this ideology from the time they were 5 years old in the public schools. That's when they locked down the public schools. That's when they really gained control of the public schools, was around this same time period. And so now the people who are graduating from high school and college today have never known anything different. This is why the public schools cannot be fixed. It is too ingrained in everything they're doing. And so we now have an entire generation of students that has only been taught this crazy ideology, and they have not been taught anything different. And that's the big problem. Like, because leading up to this shit wasn't taught to me in schools. I graduated from high school in 1999. Of course, I am 29 years old, as always, but I may be a little bit older than that in real life. And when I graduated from high school, this shit was not taught in schools. I went to Boston University when Boston University was still a relatively conservative university, because there was a time that it was. This shit was not taught to me in college, okay? Maybe a little bit here and there, but it really wasn't for the most part. It was after that it became ingrained in absolutely everything, okay? Yes, we were all 29 perpetually. And so I think for older people, it is a lot easier to get them to leave the ideology because they start extrapolating it out and they go, this is fucking insane. But you have to understand that we are now dealing with a situation in which we have an entire generation of people who believe that gender is not real, or that gender is a spectrum, or that gender is queer, or that changing your gender is easy as changing an outfit. It's entirely because of these people, and it's entirely because of the public schools. And I do not think that conservatives do a great job of reaching those people and speaking to those people, because all they do is engage in cruelty and ridicule. Are you going to wake? Because look at it this way too, and I've talked about this before on the stream. I've been undercover with these people. I'm going to tell you that when I'm undercover at their events, you get treated very nicely. Everyone is welcome. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter how weird you are. It doesn't matter what crazy ideas you have. Everyone is welcome. Everyone is treated very well. The events are actually fun to go to. They're crazy, but they're also fun to go to. If a kid that thinks they're queer went to a conservative event, they would be mocked. They would be ridiculed. They'd be treated badly. If they go to a leftist event, they're welcomed. They're treated like a normal person. They're not ridiculed. They're not made fun of. And so I don't think the right is in a good position to try to reach people and wake people up, because they don't know how to actually talk to people where they are. They just engage in cruel mockery and making fun of them. And no one wants to admit their ideas are wrong when you've got someone laughing in your face calling you names, right? Now, I understand that the left is that to the right too. I'm obviously not on the side of the left either, but like, there is no interest in waking people up, and that's actually the biggest part of the problem. Yeah, look at the Revolutionary Communists of America radicalization and recruitment video. Yeah, that's a great point. They're all young people. Many of them are white, by the way. Yeah, so Happy Turtle over on Rumble says, I have a friend with a granddaughter that thinks that she can pick her gender. It is normalized to young kids. Exactly. Just going through the chat. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of messed up things, and I don't want anyone to think that socialist organizations are like well-run machines, because honestly, they have their own type of dysfunction. Like there are things that There are crazy things that happen in far left scenes that can wake people up too. Anyway, let's keep going.
Absolutely clear. So that seems important. It's not just a negative, movement. But let me say this, it's confusing. If we assume, well, Palestine as a nation wants a state and hence wants to become a nation state, sometimes we are not, we're not right. Sometimes the idea of nation that's being developed is actually counter-statist, or it's a national alliance with other Arabs, or it has regional affiliations that would suggest that the notion of the nation that's being articulated is not one that would easily assimilate into the idea of the nation state. Similarly, it seems to me that, and there's, I know, enormous range within Israel on this topic, but when some say, look, it is my responsibility as an Israeli citizen to oppose the state and actually engage in anarchism in all of these different ways, there's something of a contradiction in saying it's as a citizen or it's as an Israeli citizen that I oppose this state, because one is, in a way, invoking the very citizenship that one needs to be undoing. So that's an interesting paradox. I'm not saying it's a contradiction or it shouldn't be done. I'm just saying it produces a really important task, because if anarchist activism fails to think about the radically unfair ways and illegitimate ways that citizenship has been produced and made.
I wouldn't say, Tom says, as I suspected, it's held together by social bonds and peer pressure. I wouldn't say peer pressure, although there is some of that, I guess. But you have to understand that they make organizing and activism a social activity. It's a club. It's a community. It's an echo chamber that they create where, like, once you're in their club, you only talk to people in the club. Once you're in their club, you only read books in their club. Once you're in their club, you only go to events with people in the club. And so it's like, once they get you into the social system, then your exposure is pretty limited to people who already agree with it. And so I wouldn't say it's peer pressure necessarily, but it is a very cult-like environment. It's solidarity, exactly.
Maintained by the Israeli state, then it's not only stopping short of a radical critique, but it may actually be depending upon that very idea of citizenship to frame its separate political trajectory. And so I'm wondering what forms of alliance are possible on that basis, and also they might be necessary and necessarily limited on that basis, right? That's a possible answer to me. But it may also be that certain forms of alliance are foreclosed.
Okay. With your permission, Judith, I'd like to open it out a little bit and get, there's a lot of people that want to ask questions. If we just take a few, and the first one is Chiara Bottici, the conference organizer with me, and you're going to see her. She's going to be in front of the,
Okay.
Well, I don't
yeah,
know
you can see, there you go, you can see
actually
each other, that's nice.
Yes, I see you.
Good. Okay. First of all, thank you very much for contributing to this conference. I have actually a very simple question, which has been going on in my head during your talk, and but what do you exactly mean by anarchism?
Good question, actually.
If I understand correctly, from the beginning of your paper, you started by saying that anarchism, which began as anti-statist, has now had a chance in the new global movement to broaden its scope, including opposition to corporate form of exploitations, ecology, etc. Now, it seems to me that, but here I want to know what you think about it, that anarchism has always been more than simply opposition to the state, right? Anarchy has always meant, from its etymology onwards, the opposition against any form of government or domination, that is, against any form of hierarchy. So
for instance, today, it's a pity you haven't been here, we have been discussing the relationship between anarchism and feminism, and discussing the claim that anarchism is by definition feminist, because if it is against any form of opposition and hierarchies, so it must also be against the oppression of women.
As a reminder, the left believes that capitalism created all hierarchies, so every time they're talking about hierarchies, they're talking about capitalism.
Same goes for colonialism. Anarchism is by definition
also capitalism.
So, and here is another question for you. So it has also to be by definition against any form of political organization, be it nationalism or any other form of political community, which is hierarchical inside itself, must be against, fought by anarchists.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you. Well, first of all, I understand anarchism as having a long and interesting history, and also to have competing definitions as part of that history. So I myself am not interested in a denotative fixing of the term anarchism. I want it
Hey, Daniel, you have outlined the basis of my entire work and project. Daniel says, it would be nice to be able to extract their methods to put it towards a more positive ends, like gaining power, stabilizing society, supporting capitalism, and ushering in a century of capitalism. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to reverse engineer everything these people have ever done and said so that we can take what works and say, I don't mind using their ideas for our purposes. There is no doubt about it that the left is phenomenally successful at what they do. Their ideas work, but their ideas suck. Excuse me, I'm gonna reframe that. Hang on. Their tactics work. Their ideas suck, but their tactics work. So if we can figure out what their tactics are and take those tactics and put them with better ideas, then I kind of think, I mean, maybe I'm too overly simplistic about it, but that kind of seems to be like a good idea to me, to take phenomenally successful tactics and repurpose them for our purposes. But we can't know what those phenomenally successful tactics are if we aren't hinging into reality with what the left has actually done and what they actually believe. So yeah, that's the entire point.
continue to have the historical life that it has and to continue to take new forms. I feel like definition can be an act of hierarchical subordination, right? So definition is not my point. And it's usually the way people proceed who start with first principles, right? Like first we're going to define it and then we're going to see whether it applies. But I think we're trying to move away from that idea. I see it as inaction. I see it as underway. I see it as sometimes a form.
Oh. Next. Continue, Judith, please. Oh shit, you guys can't hear. You guys can't hear it. But I can fix that, don't worry. All right, Judith, please continue.
Of life, sometimes a critique of the state, sometimes a critique of hierarchy in general, or sometimes I see it as a critique of control and forms of domination, especially those that travel under the name of certain forms of political liberalism. I'm a longtime reader of Emma Goldman, and I have every reason to affirm the radical and important links between anarchism and feminism. And
just for the record, we watched a whole documentary about Emma Goldman, and Emma Goldman became Emma Goldman, who was one of the most famous like communist activists in the United States. Emma Goldman got deported from the United States, sent back to Russia, where she saw communism in real life, and then became a vehement anti-communist. So just for the record, Emma Goldman is my spirit animal. I fucking look like Emma Goldman. Judith Butler doesn't fucking get... No fucking communist anymore gets to claim her I am the fucking reincarnation of Emma Goldman, okay? You don't get to have her, Judith.
I think the most recent work of Kathy Ferguson, the political...
She's in the room. She's here today.
Great, fabulous. So
Kathy's in the house.
Work is really, I think, the very best work we have on this.
That's great.
And,
oh
so
yeah, I got a super chat on Rumble.
follow.
Hang on. Yeah, did you miss Emma Goldman week? Yeah, we did. We watched a whole documentary. It was fucking great. She is now the spirit animal of the entire channel. Vaughn Cassidy over on Rumble. About now, I wish I had taken the blue pill. Oh, joke. Hey, Karlyn. Hey, Vaughn Cassidy. I do appreciate you watching on Rumble. Thank you for the $10 Rumble rant.
I follow her. But let me just say this, that when, if we wanted to say, hey, look, anarchy is against hierarchy and colonialism is one form of hierarchy, therefore anarchism is already against colonialism, we've done a certain kind of sleight of hand, because it may be that there are forms and operations of hierarchy that are historically specific to colonialism that we are under an obligation to analyze in their historical specificity and in their geographical specificity, and that we can't just seek recourse to a kind of in principle opposition to hierarchy to show that we've already taken care of the problem of colonialism. I don't think that's true.
All right, so Tom's got a question. Sorry this is off topic and maybe it's covered in other live streams, but does anyone follow how embedded this is with wokeness and prominent AIs? So we haven't done a lot on this, Tom, but what I will say is that the left is kind of afraid of AI, to be honest. They don't like it. So it's not something I think they're real far left. Now, AI is trained based on what people put into it. So I have like a ChatGPT thing going where I load all of my video transcripts into my ChatGPT to teach it. I load all of my articles into the chat. I've been doing this for months and months and months. I have trained ChatGPT to think like me when it comes to the left and to be able to break down leftist concepts in the way that I would break them down rather than some socialist bullshit. I will also say I have found AI, and I use several different AI tools, but like I have found AI to be just like honestly kind of amazing in terms of the connections that it's helped me to make with the different information on the left that I wouldn't have made otherwise. My ChatGPT understands the left. It really does. It can break it down. It can explain the connections that I can't see. I just showed at the beginning of the chat, I said, what is the connection between Freud and queer theory? Explain this to me. And the AI knew, and the AI did it. And so I think that AI is awesome. I think it's the best thing ever. I think it is what we make of it. And I think it only makes sense to utilize AI as much as we can because it is not going anywhere. It is smarter than all of us. We are never going to defeat it. And yeah, AI is probably going to try to destroy us at some point. But for right now, it is what it is. And you just got to roll with it.
Okay, thank you.
Great. There's another friend here who's going to ask a question. He's just coming round. And, okay.
Hi, I'm a student actually at Columbia University in the Jewish Theological Seminary.
Wow.
Undergraduate joint
You've got a
program.
name as well, right?
And I'm sorry, my name is Sam Schumann.
Okay.
Columbia University in the Jewish Theological Seminary.
I've been
okay.
active with the Jewish LGBT group on campus at Columbia. And a major issue that surfaced this year was around the issue of, I guess, pinkwashing. And there was a lot of internal division in the group about it. And I've read a good deal by Ayel Gross, I know who's affiliated with as a law professor at the University of Tel Aviv, and has written a great deal, as you were mentioning, I think at the end of your video, about sort of the positioning of LGBT rights in the Israeli-Palestinian discourse. and sort of saying that, especially by Israeli politicians who have not historically been allies of necessarily even the LGBT Israelis, of using gay rights as a political platform and almost as a pawn in the discourse, which has been quite worrisome to me. But on the other hand, I
don't have a good answer to this. I don't know. I don't know if I'm training the larger AI with everything I'm putting into it, or if I'm just training my own personal AI that's helping me. But either way, it's pretty cool. And what I'll say too is like, so something I've been thinking about is as people who follow my work knows, I have way too much on my plate. I have way too many ideas. I am the queen fucking bee of having a lot of really great ideas and then not having the time to do as many of them as I would like. One of the things I've been thinking about is, how do I utilize AI to create online tools? So basically what I want to do, and I do actually think there are tools that will help me do this. What I want to do is create a tool for my website, decodetheleft.com, where people can go on and I just load all of my work and everything into it, and people can go on and utilize the AI to ask any question they want about the left. So I'm trying to make it like publicly accessible to people. Like, what the fuck does Queers for Palestine mean? You go and ask the question into the AI, and the AI tells you what Queers for Palestine means based on like evidence and stuff like that. I've been thinking about, how do I use AI to have classes for people where they can learn this stuff a little bit easier. So I'm a big fan. I think that we should be looking for ways to utilize it, and I think it's awesome.
I feel frustrated when on the other side, I don't know. I remember recently there were certain statements that you made regarding, and even today, about queer rights and how it relates to this discourse. And to me, I feel like, why can't we just sort of take it out? I feel like it somehow obfuscates the real issues, and it feels like it's
great
almost
question.
Can on the left can reproduce the problem of positioning.
Orlando's asking, can it be said that woke LGBT folks are a smokescreen queer Marxists? No, I don't think it can, Orlando, because again, here's the thing. Here is the only question that matters so far as I'm concerned. And listen, I know that woke LGBT folks are a pain in the ass and they're annoying, right? And so it's fine not to like woke LGBT folks, but when you're talking about just like your run-of-the-mill Democrat or liberal or progressive, they're like annoying and they're wrong about their ideas. But are they inflicting the damage that queer Marxists are? No, they aren't. They're being annoying, okay? And so I don't think it's fair to say that they're a smokescreen, because fundamentally their ideas do differ from queer Marxists in that the only question that matters is, do they want to uphold the gender binary or don't they? That's it. Queer Marxists want to abolish the gender binary. Regular LGBT folks, they want to uphold the gender binary. And as long as someone wants to uphold the gender binary and can acknowledge that men and women are a thing and they exist and there are only two and you can't change, like, you might be able to do cosmetic surgery and stuff, but like, that doesn't mean you're changing that you were born a woman or born a man or whatever. As long as people want to say that, then I'm not worried about those people, because mostly those people want to be left alone. It's the people that want to abolish gender, those are the ones that are trying to tear down our entire society, essentially. Yes, and the queer Marxists will try to radicalize them. And they're successful in many ways, because they're like, to be a good person, you need to use these non-binary pronouns. And the good liberal and the progressive are like, okay, we'll use your non-binary pronouns. So the good liberal and the progressive are just trying to be a good person, and they accidentally get indoctrinated into these ideas without understanding what they're doing.
Rights in a discourse that to me is not apparent that it's actually related to the issues at hand. So I would really love if you'd be willing to address those concerns.
Yes, Judith, that's a great question.
Why can't we just take it out? What's the it?
I'm saying the day-to-day problems and ongoing struggles that both LGBT Israelis and Palestinians face. Because I just, to me, it doesn't seem that, it seems like it obfuscates the political issues. And even though it's obviously, these are like of incredible importance to me as a queer person and as a queer advocate, I just feel that it sort of seems like a way to sideline or somehow distract us from other issues.
And the other issues would be, say, the occupation?
The occupation, right, exactly.
I see, okay, great. I got your question, I think.
Right.
Well, Sam, here's the problem. When the Brand Israel campaign, for instance, decides that one way to overcome the bad press that Israel has received by virtue of, say, the bombardment of civilians in Gaza or the ongoing occupation or other issues like that, when they decide that one way they want to advertise themselves is to say, hey, you can come to Tel Aviv, it's a great gay, lesbian nightlife, you've got lots of freedom to express yourself, you have lots of mobility, fabulous clubs. It seems to me that what they're basically saying is don't pay attention to that stuff about occupation and all the stuff that makes us look bad. Actually, we have a pretty decent human rights record on gay and lesbian human rights, and why not just pay attention to that and come? Don't listen to the boycott talk. Just come and enjoy their freedoms here for you. Now, if we go, oh great, there are freedoms in Tel Aviv for me. It's like there are freedoms for me that I'm celebrating on the condition that I do not consider the freedoms that are being systematically denied to what are now millions of people who are either living under occupation or under siege, right? Including queer Palestinians who refuse to separate the issues. So one question is whether gay and lesbians are being recruited for, it's called pinkwashing, to whitewash the human rights record of Israel, and what does it mean for us to take that bait? Okay, now I would say this is not just happening in Israel. We see this in Amsterdam, where the sudden, full national and state advertisement of itself as a land of freedom and cultural tolerance depends on its progressive policies towards gays and lesbians, and then they use that in order to halt the immigration of people from the Middle East or North Africa or from other countries that are considered undesirable, usually for completely other reasons. And we have to ask ourselves whether our very legitimate human rights struggle, and by the way, I'm still willing to use rights discourse, and I don't know how many people in the room there are willing to use rights discourse, but I was suggesting today that there are ways of talking about rights that are actually, that don't depend on states, right? And that I find that very interesting in some of the Palestinian political discourse as well. But, yes, we have to struggle for our human rights, and I don't want to debunk human rights as a category, and I don't want to debunk sexual rights as a category. That struggle has to go on, but it makes no sense for that struggle to be a completely isolated struggle. We have to struggle for the rights of mobility and the rights of freedom for all subordinated and disenfranchised people. Otherwise, we become a very narrow, self-aggrandizing identity group, and one that doesn't care about broader issues of social justice. And quite frankly, it would break my heart if a radical queer movement that has always been about alliance and solidarity and social justice across the board were suddenly to become a narrow special interest group that doesn't really give a damn like how our claims are used and for what nefarious purposes. Doesn't mean we don't make those claims. It means we make them with other claims of social justice and in modes of solidarity. I think it's the only
Yeah,
option.
Exactly. This is a great point from Mizakan. Freedom for LGBT in Israel isn't real freedom as long as Palestine is denied the same freedom. That's what Queers for Palestine is. Freedom for queers anywhere, or LGBT or whatever, isn't real freedom as long as the Palestinians are being oppressed. That's what solidarity means. I want to just recommend to everyone, make sure you're following Mizakan on Twitter. I retweet him all the time. Mizakan does everyone a great service in this community because he reads a lot of their books and he puts out these beautiful, just summaries highlighting the really important parts. They're really great. I want to do more with them and I want to make sure we're getting them out there more. I haven't been great about that, although I have tried and I've got ideas about it. But Mizakan's work is awesome. It really is. So I want everyone to make sure you're following him. Make sure you're sharing it. It's just really invaluable.
Thank you. I appreciate your response.
Thank you, Sam. Question here, and there's one here. So we'll just take these last two. So please.
Hi, I'm Wayne Price. I very much enjoyed your talk and agree with about everything, except for one item I want to ask about. I feel that like Yuri Gordon, you don't really face up to the issue of national self-determination.
Aha.
That's a disagreement I have with him, and it's why he spent a couple of pages denouncing me in his book. The question to me is really one of freedom. Freedom means the right to be wrong. That we should support people even if they're doing something we don't necessarily agree with, and oppress people. In particular, we don't believe that the best thing for the Palestinians is to fight for a state of their own, but most of them, or many of them, do believe that. And the question here, I'm saying, is should we nevertheless be in solidarity with them and support them for what they want without still saying what we believe, not denying what we believe, making clear what we think, but still, if this is what they want, we should be in support of their right to have what they want, as opposed to the Israeli state.
Thank you. Judith?
Well, there are three small points I want to make in response to this. First of all, the right to self-determination on the part of Palestinians sometimes takes the form of national self-determination and sometimes does not. It's very interesting if you look at some of the more, the one-state solution people, for instance, who are calling for a secular state. For them, national self-determination is not the crucial issue. Self-determination is, which involves enfranchisement and the establishment of a state that does not discriminate on the basis of religion, race, ethnicity, or any other category of that kind. And then even those who do hold to national self-determination differ among themselves about whether that struggle is a struggle to establish a state. And among those who say yes to the state, there are those who have active disagreements about what kind of state structure it is. So it seems to me that before, I worry about the way in which this gets framed. Palestinians want a state, anarchists are against the state. It's like, wait a minute, what Palestinians want is actually pretty well documented, and there's lots of good translations for those of us who don't read Arabic. And let's find out first what that field is and what is the political lexicon. Is self-determination always national? And if it's national, what's the meaning of the nation? If self-determination is linked to a state project, which state project? Arafat, Fayyad, the federal state project that was disbanded in 47, or a new kind of federal project. And okay, so there, I just want us to learn before we assume that that's the way the opposition goes. Secondly, I think even Uri Gordon and some others, Yossi Bartal among them, have argued that, look, the state can be a strategic move. It doesn't mean that it is the final goal of politics. It doesn't mean that it should structure and control all modes of sociability and cohabitation. But it's very hard for any group to oppose a state when they have not yet had one. So to what extent do we understand the achievement of a state structure? And we have to keep in mind that there are several ideas about state structure. To what extent can we understand that and even affirm that as a strategic move? And if it does turn out to be what Palestinians do want, it seems to me to be cultural hubris, if not a form of imperialism, to say you can't have what you want. I mean, that's what Israel's already doing with their elections. You know, they elect Hamas, and Israel says, "Oh, we don't recognize that. That didn't go the way we wanted it to go." But it seems to me that a
Did we just get Judith Butler on video being pro-Hamas? You know, the benefit of looking at everything that everyone on the internet says from a detached perspective is I actually understand the arguments of other groups on the internet. And it kind of sounds to me like the groups that are pushing this, the left are anti-Semites bullshit. It kind of seems to me that they might be a little bit offended at the idea of Judith Butler saying that, you know, Israel just should shut the fuck up about Hamas. Let me just get my clipping tool. I just want to make sure. Just got to make sure we get this, because I might want to use this later. Oh, it's not doing it. Shit. No, you shut down. No, don't shut down ScreenFlow. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't shut down. Hang on. I might have to clip this later, but maybe I can try new recording. Oh, it's saying my ScreenFlow isn't authorized? Well, that's not real. Okay, I'll have to find this later. Judith, I'm not gonna forget about this. I'm not gonna forget about this. Again.
You want. It seems to me to be cultural hubris, if not a form of imperialism, to say you can't have what you want. I mean, that's what Israel's already doing with their elections. You know, they elect Hamas, and Israel says, "Oh, we don't recognize that. That didn't go the way we wanted it to go." But it seems to me that...
Yeah, that kind of seems to me like Judith Butler is a little bit pro-Hamas. Judith, I just didn't know you were so pro-Hamas. Why on earth did the anti-woke New College of Florida invite such a pro-Hamas advocate onto campus? Why did that happen, New College of Florida? Why are you inviting a pro-Hamas advocate? I mean, does Paul Singer, who funds the Manhattan Institute, know this, Christopher Rufo? Because the thing of it is the Manhattan Institute recently fired preeminent Black academic Glenn Loury because on his podcast, Glenn decided to interview someone that Paul Singer and the Manhattan Institute didn't like because he's not a Zionist. And they fired Glenn Loury because of that, while still retaining the journalistic services of hardcore porn star Christina Buttons, who used to go by the porn name Rita Lovely, who was exposed for being a hardcore porn star for years. Manhattan Institute has no problem employing her as a journalist, even though she doesn't really do any journalism. But fires Glenn Loury for interviewing someone on his podcast that wasn't exactly a Zionist. And Christopher Rufo still brought this woman to the New College of Florida? Are you serious? Is Christopher Rufo an anti-Semite? Is Christopher Rufo a Jew hater? What do the people funding Christopher Rufo think about this little indiscretion? Because Judith Butler sounds just a little bit pro-Hamas for my... personally, I'm against Hamas. I think Hamas is bad. I think all violence is bad. I think war is bad. Hamas should not have paraglided into Israel that day. That was a bad fucking decision, and they shouldn't have done that. At the same time, I don't think that Israel should have killed its own civilians that day either. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up the Hannibal Directive. Israel literally killed its own civilians on October 7th to prevent them from being taken hostage. This was publicized in Israeli media. I'm not a fan of that either. I'm also just mostly not a fan of the United States going to war with Iran on behalf of Israel. I think that's some bullshit right there. And I personally think that all the people who are pushing this line, that the left are just Jew haters, Jew haters, Jew haters, are doing so to try to get the United States to go to war with Iran on behalf of Israel. I think that's what's happening. But you know what? There are real Hamas, pro-Hamas people on the left. There are absolutely real anti-Semites on the left. These things do exist. My argument is not, do these things exist? My argument is that I do not think they're the majority of the people protesting on the left. But it turns out Judith Butler, the woman who was given an open stage at the New College of Florida, the anti-woke New College of Florida, with Board of Trustee member Christopher Rufo, apparently endorsing the decision based on internal documents that I got. Why on earth would Christopher Rufo have endorsed the decision to bring such a pro-Hamas Jew hater to campus as Judith Butler? I just don't get it. Should we just listen to that again? Sounded a little pro-Hamas to me.
As a strategic move. And if it does turn out to be what Palestinians do want, it seems to me to be cultural hubris, if not a form of imperialism, to say you can't have what you want. I mean, that's what Israel's already doing with their elections. You know, they elect Hamas, and Israel says, oh, we don't recognize that. That didn't go the way we wanted it to go. But it seems to me that a democratic struggle very often produces results that a lot of us don't like, and living with what we don't like and we didn't get a chance to choose is part of what it means to live together. I even say it's part of what it means, Tayush.
One last question, if you don't mind, Judith.
No, I don't mind.
That's good.
Yeah, hi. My name is Julian, and yeah, I also want to thank you for...
okay. Sorry, go on. There's another question after this, actually, but yeah, go on, please.
Okay, great. Yeah, I also want to thank you. So my question is, what do you see as the role of anarchists in the U.S. who are opposed not just to...
Oh, we got one more. One more. We've got 10 more minutes, guys. 10 more minutes. If you have made it this far, you have made it into the home stretch of Socialism Saturday. We have one last 10-minute video from the Judith Butler Q&A to watch. I want to congratulate everyone that has made it this far. If you are new to Socialism Saturday, I do this every Saturday at 6 p.m. We also do many streams throughout the week where we are watching a lot of similar content lately because it is Queer Marxism Month on the channel. I'm watching a ton of queer Marxist content. And so you can come and join us any day, Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. We will be watching something crazy for the month of June, I promise you. And you will learn many things, and they will frighten you. And Tom says, is Socialism Saturday and leftism, for that matter, always so Israel-centric, or is it just trending since the war? There has always been a pro-Palestine movement on the left. However, after October 7th, Israel and Palestine took over basically all leftist organizing. And so it did get very, very, very Israel-centric and Palestine-centric for a couple years. Thankfully now, Tom, what has happened is that since Trump got elected again, the left has started diversifying what they're talking about. So they're not doing as much, like it's not as saturated with just Palestine, 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 Palestine all the time anymore. It really was for a couple years. But they're kind of moving. They're basically, with Trump being elected, they have the opportunity to be the opposition, which is what they really want to be anyway. And so there's a ton of organizing going on against Trump with different things, whether that be, there's going to be a big set of protests next week. It's called the No Kings protest. That's organized by the teachers unions and many other groups. There are obviously the ICE riots. That's all organized by Antifa. Queer Marxism is making a comeback. And so, yeah. So it's not usually this Israel centric. It just happens to be tonight. Yeah, sure, we can listen to that. Yeah, absolutely. Good idea.
But also to the closely and materially related criminalization of undocumented immigrants in the United States and the militarization of the U.S.-Mexico border.
Well, I think those are really extremely important and worthy projects. And I don't know if I am the one to say what I think the role is or even should be. I don't think I am. I think I'm learning. I've been really impressed by the anarchist mobilizations. I have great solidarity with the struggle to decriminalize undocumented populations, whether or not they're working. A lot of them are not working. A lot of them are, and certainly also the militarization of the U.S.-Mexico border, which is, I think, working in tandem with the militarization of our prison system. Yeah. So there are many new sites of militarization. I would include airports, and I think that these are really
You know, we haven't watched Emmy O'Brien in a while, have we? You know, we are definitely going to be watching some Emmy O'Brien this month because I need to rewatch some of They Them's talks. Russell, you are in for a treat if you have not yet been graced with the wonderful M.E. Michelle O'Brien. Emmy O'Brien is a non-binary queer Marxist who wants to abolish the family and who wrote an entire book about imagining what the future socialist utopia looks like. And They Them gives a lot of talks on the internet. And They Them is Sophie Lewis's best friend. Sophie Lewis is our queen, abolish the family goddess. And we watch Sophie Lewis and Emmy O'Brien quite a bit. And you're going to get to know They Thems, and you're going to become friends with They Thems. And just don't worry about it if They Them argues on Blue Sky and tells all their friends on Blue Sky to block you, as Emmy O'Brien did with me relatively recently. Emmy O'Brien made a big announcement that if you valued They Them's work and appreciated them, then you would block me on Blue Sky immediately, because Emmy O'Brien just loves it when we watch They Them's work and rip it apart because it's so fucking crazy. And you're going to become good friends with them, and it's going to be awesome.
These are crucial actions. I'm not sure what more I can say, except that it seems to me that some of the rallies, especially here on May 1st in Los Angeles, there was a major rally, which included, by the way, an impressive queer contingent for the decriminalization of undocumented populations in California. And that strikes me as a crucial issue. One has to wonder, as I think I've written about before, what kind of rights of assembly are being asserted at that moment when those without any existing legal rights do assemble and do ask and demand for the decriminalization of their lives. I find that exercise of freedom to be crucial. It's an exercise of freedom that's collective, that's based on certain important modes of resistance.
Yeah, the background sound sucks. I can't do anything about it. Sorry.
That's using the power of assembly and of mass assembly in particular to affect radical political change. And as far as I'm concerned, that's precisely the kind of upsurge of collective social actions that are against state power and the criminalizing power of the state, and that are asserting rights without having the legal entitlement to do so. I think we have to ask how is that exercise of freedom possible? What makes it possible, and what is its meaning?
Oh, finally.
And I think anarchists have a lot to tell us. They've been involved in such struggles. They make such struggles possible, and they also show us that radical action outside the terms of the official law is not only possible but necessary.
Thank you. One last question. There was a strange noise. Sound like we're all in a plane for a few minutes there, but we heard everything was audible. So one last question, please.
I just wanted to ask, given the discussion which you alluded to and Richard Falk wrote about, discussing the legitimacy wars, especially emerging out of Operation Cast Lead, and also given the questionable issue of legitimacy of anarchism more generally, I wonder how the discussion of anarchism and Israel-Palestine, especially the Palestinian resistance, boosts or impacts the legitimacy of the resistance, or what impacts you see this having, whether it's...
Let's see if I understand you. Are you asking about the legitimacy of anarchism, or are you asking whether anarchist involvement in anti-occupation politics threatens or supports the legitimacy of those projects?
I think just going off this comment that you made about in Tel Aviv, the way that, given the legitimacy of the legitimacy wars that are going on between, after Operation Cast Lead that Richard Falk wrote about, and this whole thing that's going on regarding legitimacy, and as well as the legitimacy of anarchism more generally. Okay, the legitimacy of talking about anarchism or calling it anarchism or using even the term anarchism.
And is it because you have some doubts about that legitimacy?
I don't, but I've heard a lot of critiques, and it's just called into question in my mind. And how that then either positively or negatively impacts the Palestinian resistance specifically. I think, what is your idea of how that's going to impact the resistance in Palestine specifically, Palestinian resistance?
There are so many issues here. I mean, there's the question of the legitimacy of the state of Israel, and maybe that's the way to answer your question. Israel is suffering a legitimation crisis.
Right.
There's no doubt about it.
Right.
I think there was a published RAND report which talked about.
Is Judith saying that the state of Israel is not a legitimate state? Again, Judith, would you like to state that again?
In Palestine specifically, Palestinian resistance.
There are so many issues here. I mean, there's the question of the legitimacy of the state of Israel, and maybe that's the way to answer your question. Israel is suffering a legitimation crisis.
Right.
There's no doubt about it.
Right.
I think there was a published RAND report which talked about the various ways in which its legitimacy as a state has been called into question, and you're also right to point to Richard Falk's terribly important commentary on this issue. And I think when anarchists stop the wall, or when they actually seek to stop a military operation or to disrupt the militarization of the checkpoint, they are calling into question the legitimacy of that state apparatus to extend itself militarily in the ways in which it's doing. So it's an effort to stop a certain kind of militarization under conditions in which that state is gaining its legitimacy through heightened modes of militarization. Okay, so it is a delegitimating structure in that way. It's countering the legitimacy of the state as the state invokes that legitimacy, as it expands and as it exercises more brutal and devastating forms of military control. Now, there are those who would say, but can it furnish a new basis for legitimacy, or maybe it's considered illegitimate as a mode of action? Well, I think what we actually need is for the current structures that are producing legitimacy in the state of Israel to come down, and that includes the wall. It actually includes, in my view, its regulations on citizenship as well. So at this point in the struggle, the point is to call that legitimation into crisis. When I was in Palestine last year and talked to people about the anarchists, what I found was great respect for what they did. When I spoke to people at Sheikh Jarrah, Palestinians whose homes had either been taken away or were in the process of being taken away, they said that they were extremely appreciative of the Israeli activists who came there every Friday. The villagers in Benin work with the anarchists, and those are essential communities. So if the struggle right now is actually a struggle to delegitimate a violent and brutal regime, then that's where we are in the struggle. And when and if the question emerges, what would make a legitimate mode of governance for that state, then it seems to me anarchists may have something to say about that, especially in the critique of hierarchy, and perhaps also in thinking about modes of sociability and living together. So I don't think we're there. I don't think we're at that second stage.
Judith just said the stage that they are at in the struggle. And remember, this was roundabout circa what, 2008, 2009, 2010, something like that. Judith just said that where they were in the struggle during this time period, the struggle for Palestinian liberation, was the entire point was to delegitimize the state of Israel. That's crazy. Reagan says 2011. I mean, it doesn't really matter, honestly. It's just like I'm trying to say that this was Judith Butler a long time ago. I wonder if Judith Butler's opinions have changed. That would have been an interesting question for the new College of Florida to ask Judith when they put her on the stage at the anti-woke college. We need to go back and listen to that whole thing again. That was crazy. And listen, perfect tangent. I know you doubted me. Perfect tangent started by saying, in all fairness, maybe she just wasn't saying that herself. But I know Judith. I have watched Judith a long time. I knew exactly where Judith was going. And then she got there, didn't she? I knew exactly what was about to happen because I have watched so many talks with Judith Butler that I know how this woman thinks. And it's just like with James Lindsay. I know how James thinks because I've watched so many of his talks. And I know when he's about to say something dumb. And Judith Butler just walked right into that years ago. Didn't even know what she was walking right into. Let's see. This goes back a ways, but I do just want to go back. You have to listen to her talk about how the purpose of the struggle, Palestinian resistance, the Free Palestine movement, the purpose of the struggle was to delegitimize the state of Israel.
The legitimacy of that state apparatus to extend itself militarily in the ways in which it's doing. So it's an effort to stop a certain kind of militarization under conditions in which that state is gaining its legitimacy through heightened modes of militarization. Okay, so it is a delegitimating structure in that way. It's countering the legitimacy of the state as the state invokes that legitimacy as it expands and as it exercises more brutal and devastating forms of military control. Now, there are those who would say, but can it furnish a new basis for legitimacy, or maybe it's considered illegitimate as a mode of action? Well, I think what we actually need is for the current structures that are producing legitimacy in the state of Israel to come down. And that includes...
I think we need the current structures that are producing legitimacy in the state of Israel to come down. This could not be any more clear. She is being excessively clear about what she believes. I think that what we actually need is for the current structures that are upholding the state of Israel to come down. It is explicit.
For legitimacy, or maybe it's considered illegitimate as a mode of action. Well, I think what we actually need is for the current structures that are producing legitimacy in the state of Israel to come down. And that includes the wall. It actually includes, in my view, its regulations on citizenship as well. So at this point in the struggle, the point is to call that legitimation into crisis.
At this point in the struggle, the point is to call that legitimation into crisis. Judith Butler is saying that she herself believes the point is to pull down the structures upholding Israel. And at this point in the fight, the struggle for Palestinian freedoms, the point is to call the legitimacy of Israel into crisis.
I was in Palestine last year and talked to people about the anarchists. What I found was great respect for what they did when I spoke to people at Sheikh Jarrah, Palestinians whose homes had either been taken away or were in the process of being taken away. They said that they were extremely appreciative of the Israeli activists who came there every Friday. The villagers in Benin work with the anarchists, and those are essential communities. So if the struggle right now is actually a struggle to delegitimate a violent and brutal regime, then that's where we are in the struggle.
When Judith says the struggle is to delegitimate a violent and brutal regime, she's talking about Israel. Again, listen.
Those are essential communities. So if the struggle right now is actually a struggle to delegitimate a violent and brutal regime, then that's where we are in the struggle. And when and if the question emerges, what would make a legitimate mode of governance for that state, then it seems to me anarchists may have something to say about that, especially in the critique of hierarchy.
And I just want to say, again, the Manhattan Institute fired Glenn Loury for interviewing someone on his podcast that was an anti-Zionist or whatever. But Glenn Loury himself is a perfectly reasonable person. And I'm sure he wasn't saying anything anti-Semitic or hateful. He just interviewed someone with that the person who funds the Manhattan Institute doesn't like. Christopher Rufo was involved with bringing Judith Butler to the new College of Florida campus to speak with basically an open mic. Now, Judith wasn't talking about Israel-Palestine. She only talked about gender and about how gender studies is totally safe for everyone. And I don't want to get rid of gendered language, even though that's obviously what's happening. And I just don't know what you're talking about. And there is no such thing as gender ideology. You guys just made that up because you're anti-gender. So she didn't talk about this stuff on the college campus, but it's the broader point. It's the broader point that Judith Butler is open about the fact that she wanted to delegitimate Israel because she considers it to be a violent, brutal, oppressive regime. She was open and kind of sounded very pro-Hamas earlier in this clip, basically said, you know what? They elected who they elected. It's none of your business. Like, get out of it. And a lot of people have done a lot less. A lot of people have done a lot less than what Judith Butler just did in this clip and have gotten canceled and smeared and defamed and fired by people in the conservative establishment. And yet, Judith Butler is allowed to have a speaking slot at the anti-woke College of Florida, and everyone thinks this is okay and normal and totally aligned. I don't care where you sit on the Israel-Palestine issue. I really don't. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. I don't want to argue about it, but it is provably true that Judith Butler, at least when she gave this talk, wanted to dismantle the state of Israel. So don't run around saying anti-Semitic Jew hater, anti-Semitic Jew hater, anti-Semitic Jew hater, when you're putting Judith Butler on the stage at New College of Florida, the only anti-woke college. Please.
And perhaps also in thinking about modes of sociability and living together. So I don't think we're there. I don't think we're at that second stage.
Before you go, Judith, I just want you to hear the appreciation of the audience out here, and just if
Thank you,
join
Judith.
me in thanking Judith for doing this.
Thank you, Judith. We appreciate you, Judith. Thank you. That's it. We're done. We're done. Hey, what a great way to end Socialism Saturday. That was a really good episode. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be, but I thought that was a really great episode. I feel like I'm really appreciative of all the great questions the chat asked. Welcome to all newcomers, especially the newcomers that made it to the very end. You guys are some troopers tonight. As a reminder, we do Socialism Saturday every single Saturday at 6 p.m. I also stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. So you can come and join us then. We're doing Queer Marxism Month. Make sure you are signed up over on my Substack if you would like to support the work I'm doing. It's $8 a month, $80 a year. My Substack is Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. I do live streams on Substack throughout the week where I talk about different ideas or things going on. I've been obviously talking a lot about the New College of Florida this week because I did a records request and I got some internal documents to figure out why Judith Butler was speaking on their campus in the first place. I have a podcast going up talking about the documents, hopefully tomorrow, so you'll be able to be on the lookout for that. And again, this is the very best place to support the work I'm doing is over on the Substack. There are other ways you can do it as well. You can find out all that information in the link below. And one of the best ways you can currently support the work I'm doing is by heading over to Amazon and buying my new book. It is called Alice in Queerland. It is a darkly satirical take on Alice in Wonderland. I wrote it as a short story and then I expanded it and created a little book out of it. It's a very quick read. I had a ton of fun writing it. Essentially, Alice goes down the rabbit hole and gets stuck in the queer nightmare with all sorts of different characters and things, all based on the book. It is someone asked me the other day, they're like, is this book appropriate for kids? Yeah, I mean, kids can read this book, I guess. There's no sex in it or anything. But I do think adults who have an appreciation for the type of stuff we do, you guys are going to appreciate this a little bit more. So if you've read the book, leave a review on Amazon. I have other books up there as well. You can always find all of my books by going to my author profile. And you can see all of my, oh, look, customers also bought all of these other people down here. We got Alice in Queerland, Brief History of Racism. We got Debunking the Communist Manifesto. All sorts of good stuff going on over on Amazon. So pick up the book. Pick up the book. What is the most comprehensive one right now for the larger overview? Daniel, I'm working on writing the most comprehensive one for the overview. So the most comprehensive one for the overview doesn't exist yet. I am working on writing it and hopefully it'll be out later this year. It's going to be called Re-Education. And so I am working on that. You can always check in on redmenacepress.com to find books that I'm working on and stuff like that so you can see what's coming. But the very best thing, actually, Daniel, the very best thing you can do right now is to go over to the Substack and go to How to Speak Socialist and watch the 4-hour on-demand class. This is actually right now the very best introduction to my work. Here you go in the chat. How to Speak Socialist is actually the very best introduction to my work right now. It's a 4-hour on-demand masterclass where I take you through dozens of clips from leftist trainings. And it's totally free. You can watch it in your spare time and stuff like that, just for funsies. And that is the very best entry point for the work today. So, and I'm working on other things. All right, guys, that is all I have. I'm going to go crash out now. I hope you all have a great rest of your Saturday. We will be doing movie night tomorrow in the supporter Discord. I forget. Oh, we're watching Tootsie tomorrow in the supporter Discord. MacBee's watching My Fair Lady. I think that's the movie night schedule. Join the supporter Discord by becoming a supporter on Substack. I'm going to send out an email tomorrow with the link, and you'll be able to come join us in the supporter Discord. We do movie nights on Sundays and Mondays. And yeah, you're only going to do it for funsies. Exactly. See, that's the spirit. Gotta study the socialism for funsies. And I want to say too, Orlando said, do I need to learn how to knit to be in the cult? Only if you want to be awesome, Orlando. Only if you want extra credit. All right, guys, that's all we got. Take care. Have a good rest of your weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.